ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're doing the Trump dance. We got to begin with a celebration here. Good morning at Dawn Stensland Show. It was a busy day, and we'll take you through the day, but this was a great celebration as he was there at Fort Bragg. Talks about, by the way, his love of the military, and that's why he's wearing that burgundy hat, right? Trump at Fort Bragg, as I told you yesterday, as he's speaking to this crowd. They get the music pumping. He's doing his little Trump dance with the stiff arms, having a good time. As they kicked off, this is the big kickoff to a huge celebration. You see the sea of those military members and patriotism. And yet the media reports this as, I don't know, fascist, a dictator, the signs of a dictator. So two worlds, and I guess this is pro-Trump world, as he is visiting Fort Bragg and all these, and really celebrating the military. Now, CNN, what's their headline from this? Fact check: Trump makes multiple false claims to the troops at Fort Bragg. These are pouty headlines. New York Times: Trump says Army bases will revert to Confederate names. What's the other one? Mysterious Carolina Journal: Trump vows U.S. Army will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever. So that's a positive headline.
That's a beautiful sight, and it's a beautiful sight to be with you in a place called Fort Bragg.
So he's clearly connecting with the troops, with the U.S. military. You wonder why all branches of the military are reporting this huge spike in recruitment as we do the celebration dance. But President Trump, really, these soldiers, you look into their faces if you're watching on YouTube, they are thrilled, right? They are like me shouting out when my kid is getting awards, right, at an award ceremony at school or graduation this Friday from high school. You know what I mean? They are fired up. These soldiers there at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, listen to this. Look at their faces.
Can you believe they changed that name?
Oh, yeah. It was changed back to Fort Bragg. We did that story. Trump giving the speech to attending soldiers, and the focus here is commemorating the United States Army's 250th anniversary. This was the big kickoff celebration, and afterwards he began to acknowledge and thank all of these soldiers for their service. But
President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude to our nation for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their families, those incredible families that are with us and all across America, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform over 250 years. Can you imagine that? We thank you from the absolute bottom of our hearts.
And if you saw him, so at one point he turns, because he's on stage and he's surrounded, so he turns to he is addressing those who his back was to them. Then he makes this like hugging motion to thank them, because obviously there was a lot of love for POTUS, for Donald J. Trump, and he was feeling the love for sure. So they just erupted at one point in USA, USA, all the chants. I mean, he's fired up. I think sometimes, how most of us, you try to take a little nap, like Nick Cale, he's driving home to get his nap. But for Trump, I think he does some of these, to recharge his battery. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see it.
He loves being out of DC, out of that bubble and the negative, and surrounded by, and just recharged by real people, by the U.S. military, all the support. You imagine the energy there, Dan Borowski?
It's really amazing. And at the end, he gave like a little dance. It was.
He's got like the arm, kind of bent arm thing. So he's kind of changing
hold
it
the
up.
flag high, and you will do something that's become quite a famous little phrase also. But you're a hell of a lot braver than me. You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
And then,
over to YouTube, you'll see that during the break.
Yeah.
Or I'll put it up here in a second. Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, it's just, they were going crazy. We wanted to begin with that one. And tonight, today, by the way, all the media all the headlines are that as our president and First Lady Melania Trump, because remember, he took over, they're saying he took over the arts, but took over the Kennedy Center. So they're going to attend this big Les Miserables performance. And for about a month, and we've been watching this, the performers with Les Mis have been saying, we're going to boycott it. If he takes over and if he shows up, we're going to boycott it. Good luck. I would love to be the understudy because guess what? If you're the understudy and the main,
it's a big opportunity,
right? This is your chance. And if President Trump likes you, you might not be the understudy anymore. I don't know. But thanks for showing this.
Yeah, you got to jump at that opportunity, right?
Yeah. If you're that, why not? Why not take advantage? It's a.
I love the idea of
business.
Harming your future out of purely political. Yeah.
Because they think they can.
Mm-hmm.
And they are so self-centered. But this is the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. We've covered this ad nauseum. But in this one, and by the way, their website is saying security measures in effect for June 11th. Ticket holders, please arrive early. Non-ticket holders, everything's closed to general visitation. It's because obviously you have Secret Service there, and Trump will be there for Les Miserables. But this is the pre-Broadway run at the Kennedy Center, the pre-Broadway run at the Kennedy Center. Les Mis.
Have you seen Les Mis?
Yes.
Have you? I haven't.
On Broadway. You haven't?
No. Isn't it like something about like revolutionaries or something though, and involved in? Is there going to be like commentary about the plot itself and relating to Trump in any way?
I hope not.
Yeah.
It's 19th century France, and it's a very long musical, and it's very, but it tells the musical tells the story of broken dreams and unrequited love, sacrifice, redemption, a testament to the survival of the human spirit.
Are you a Broadway fan in general?
I do. I love the arts. I love Broadway. I believe, and maybe you're saying, oh, it's so boring. It's a life skill.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm a mom of boys.
Yeah.
David's
a really good actor, right?
Well, so is Michael.
Is he?
They were in all this since they were, I don't know, third grade, second grade. They did every play, and they did speech and all that stuff because it's a life skill. One of the number one fears in life is not spiders. It's not tarantulas. It's not flying in an airplane. It's not heights. One of the number one is getting up, public speaking, getting up in public and being able to speak or perform. So get your kids, your grandkids, the kids in your life, you and Maisie.
Never thought about that, but you're 100% right.
Get them on a stage.
And what a way to do, to implement that skill of public speaking. And it really shows in your son, too, I got to say.
Because it breaks, think about it. And that's what I was over the years, like people say, oh, it's good, your boys, let them be men and they're in football and all these sports. But then they go, they're singing in the musical? I'm like, yeah, because actually it's really tough to get up in front of your peers when you're a kid.
Yeah.
You're not just in front of adults, you're in front of your own peers and you're singing or you're acting. So if you can do that as a kid and it's nothing for you, then, and it's a team sport essentially because you're working with a team of people, but then you grow up, no matter what you do.
No matter what, it's a life skill learned. Because I'm thinking about it. It's charisma. It's pure charisma. And you think of CEOs in a board meeting. The ones that are successful are those that can get up in front and public speak in front of their peers, as you're saying, in front of a conference and get things done.
So it's a life skill. So there. So thanks for looking through this. So earlier in the day, and in fact, Trump referenced the fact that during one of his news conferences, because everything's a news conference with Trump, he met with all of his people, his officials, as he's big on preparedness. He had really ripped the previous administration for failures in preparing for hurricane season, wildfire season. So I know he was there in the Oval. And then during that, it's about 30 minutes, but about 20 minutes in, he even references basically, hey, you hear the choppers, you hear that my ride is here, so we're going to wrap this up. But what's the bottom line, Dan, from that? Do you want to go to that or take us through it, or is it pretty
not much, just
perfunctory?
because it's perfunctory in the sense that a lot of the coverage, Dawn, has been negative, as in FEMA's coming to an end and such, and that funding's going to be drastically decreased. But what happened yesterday is Russ Vought, Secretary Burgum, Kristi Noem, Secretary Rollins, they got up in front and essentially said how they're going to be able to work better with less, essentially. Burgum actually discussed that in depth, if you want to hear that, Dawn.
Sure.
And thank you, Secretary Rollins, for the partnership that we have between the U.S. Forest Service and the Department of Interior. There's over 700 million acres of surface land that the federal government manages in this country. And under President Trump's orders, we are now actually managing that land. When we get back into timber production as driven by his EO, we're actually then helping rural communities. We're helping people that are in the lumber business, helping bring those lumber products back home. As we stepped away from this industry, President Trump is now bringing it back. And we, as a nation, we're now, before President Trump backing up, we were burning more timber than we were harvesting in this country. When we spend a dollar on prevention, we save hundreds of dollars on the back end on firefighting. This is going to save Americans dollars when we're out there preventing fires and stopping fires when they begin versus letting these fires become huge and then causing the destruction we have. With the growth of our country around urban areas, there's been a 30% growth of what's called the wildlands and urban interface. When this happens, people start building homes, like the tragedy that President Trump visited in California, where so many people lost their lives. But this is where we're essentially creating cities in the middle of forests, but not doing the forest management and creating that deadly fire load out of there. But now we intermix communities with above-ground power lines. This can lead to dangerous situations.
So that was, the former governor, Doug Burgum, who you remember in this area during the Trump Force 47 days. I had a couple opportunities to meet him and interview him at that point back during the campaign. But now he's Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior, an impressive guy. And when it comes to anything involving these types of issues or energy, you want to listen. I love listening to him. Just a smart, common sense guy. And by the way, a billionaire, self-made billionaire in his own right. So somebody who can relate to and speak to Trump as a businessman, and then businessman turned politician because he became governor, much like in that role with Trump. And somebody who is selfless in the sense that he didn't need to be governor. He didn't need to jump into politics. He felt a calling because he felt that it was important, especially to put up resistance against neighboring Minnesota. Because they're in the Dakotas, they have to deal with Minnesota and their mismanagement. So that was one of Burgum's motivators. But in this one, when you think about Trump, he is somebody who loves to plan ahead. That's one of his big things. He was very critical of the previous administration for not doing these exact types of things, to say, well, how can we prevent all of these wildfires? Isn't that pro-environment, by the way? Isn't that a pro? I don't know, if you worry about climate change or whatever you want to call it, clean air, clean water, as Trump says, but if you care about clean air and air quality and not putting all these pollutants and particles into the air, isn't this a pro-environment attitude to stop all these fires, right? Not just a safety issue, but as well they're doing hurricane preparedness. So thank you for that, Dan. We have to take a quick break. We have and of course, we're going to get into all of it. Trump very busy on social media today, and we'll take you through all of the latest of the announcements. Remember, coming up at the 11 o'clock hour, does Governor Shapiro want to come for your gun? Is this a threat to your Second Amendment rights, Pennsylvania? So we're going to look at that because there's one state senator, who we're going to talk to who has some news on that. And then as well, as we look to Jack Ciattarelli, his success, but can he pull off a win? This would be a major upset against Democrats in New Jersey as Ciattarelli puts his hat in the ring. He's the guy, he's the man, and he has a tough opponent. So we'll take you inside the race for governor moving forward in New Jersey. Can they flip this to the red zone? We'll have that and so much more. Thanks for being here. 855-839-1210. So much news. Stay right there.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli Summers here, and now is the time to book your summer stay at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. I love this place, and I know you will love it too. Book a June or July midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights will get you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use that at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand. You can even take the family on a whale watching boat cruise, but you got to book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and resort credits. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin, who was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams or any other event. Visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Make your reservations now. grandhotelcapemay.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now with this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/policy. That's ethos.com/policy.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Make the most of your summer spending with the Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. Be rewarded for all your summer adventures by earning 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army.
I love that burgundy baseball cap. I love it. You might have been wondering, because we were airing clips of him earlier, what that was, the Army cap, the burgundy color. My son Michael told me, by the way, that did you know, you guys probably already knew this, I didn't know this, that every fatigue, so the fatigues that the Army wears have a different pattern and design than Marines. I didn't know this.
No, I didn't, yeah.
But like, if, let's say Michael sees somebody, we're walking by, and we'll say, oh, is that, from a distance, he'll go, oh, that's Army. I never knew.
He has it down pat?
He knows all the different fatigue. So I got my ticket.
Ooh.
You guys, here it is.
Oh, what's that?
You're watching on YouTube. You see this ticket? Printed it out. Thank you, Dan. Because I printed it and he found it, because I always forget to get the stuff off the printer.
Yeah.
250th anniversary of the U.S. Army Grand Military Parade and Celebration.
Ooh, you're going?
So we are going.
Oh, that's awesome.
D.C., baby. On
Who's
Saturday.
all going? It's just you and Lair? Or?
Well, there's a conflict.
Uh-oh.
So it's senior week because David's graduating high school.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be senior week. So I thought we were going down the shore, at least for the weekend. But then I said, guys, Dad got these, he snagged these tickets. So we're going to be right there.
So I'm going to put you on camera, and I didn't put it up there yet because you had a QR code that showed. So if you can just flap that on camera real quick.
Okay. So
I don't want you to show the.
Hold it.
Yeah.
I'll just do this.
But that's your.
So
there
here's
you go.
The ticket.
Yeah, look at that.
So
Ooh.
yeah. So we got the ticket.
I like that.
To DC. So we'll see, but yep, the four of us are going.
Is that like
so much for that senior party?
Well, not only the senior party, but it's also the 25th anniversary, is it not?
Yes, the 20th. It's yeah. If you see,
oh yeah.
You kind of see behind me in the.
I'm going to move the camera up just a little
bit over there.
Yeah.
Beautiful roses. So Lair Bear, this is the card. He's going to be like, what? It says, happy anniversary, 25 roses for 25 years and still going strong. Love you forever, Lair Bear. So I now have him signing Lair Bear. I have the evidence.
Is that like new?
Yeah. Well, usually he hates Lair Bear, but he did like Lair Bear.
Maybe
Love you, honey.
Is that a gift in itself for the 25th?
It is.
He's finally calling himself
25.
Lair Bear?
I made a big filet mignon dinner for him last night. So we had a nice dinner.
Hold on.
Very nice.
Not only do you do the garage, mow the lawn, but you also grill? Or did you do it on how'd you do the filet?
It was so hot and muggy, and I just had my hair done, so I did it like Southern style on the stove.
Okay.
A little butter, a little olive oil.
I don't know if that's Southern style, is it? I don't know. I like where you're going with that, though, yeah.
It's kind of like in the pan.
Yeah.
The steak in the pan.
You using like a cast iron pan, or are you using just a standard?
Cast iron.
Yep. Do you throw it in the oven to finish it off?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Just sear.
You baste it though with the butter. You baste it the entire time.
Yeah. Rub with the dry rub.
Actually,
in the pan.
I've learned though that's actually a very proper way to make a steak because anytime you watch Hell's Kitchen, that's how Gordon Ramsay actually serves all his steaks are on the.
I did not know that.
He bastes them and then throws them in the oven to finish them.
So good. It's way better in the pan. I call it. And that's how Southern is. Gordon's just ripping off what Southerners do. He's a rip off.
Brit, yeah.
He's like, he doesn't know. What does he know? So we got that. So you think of 25 years, and I was trying to remember. So we were newly married in the year 2000. It was the new, remember the millennium.
Mm-hmm.
It was the year 2000. I'll take you back. So we had our little like short honeymoon because we love Nolans. So we went there just for a couple days for a long weekend, and then Paris, the year 2000. Just taking you back to the year 2000, just for a moment. Flashback. You know what else was happening here in Philadelphia in 2000? Do you remember?
No.
855-839-1210.
In 2000?
What was happening in 2000? Something big here in Philadelphia. That summer, the summer of 2000. So we were married June 10th. It was the RNC, Republican National Convention. We were both television news anchors. And so we both covered it. The RNC. It was George W. and what?
Was this like your honeymoon? Was you covering the RNC?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have a cough button. No, it was, our honeymoon was like, no, I mean, well, the honeymoon continues, Dan. But what I mean is, we were married that summer of 2000, so it was the first Union Center, which is, right, you forget, it was the first Union, the FU Center, back in the year 2000.
Great name.
And we covered the RNC competing stations at the time, but it was George W. Bush and it was Cheney was his vice president. It's kind of ironic when you look back at your image of Cheney back in the day and then fast forwarding. But I will say that he was Texas governor, George W. Bush, and his, and his dad's the former U.S. Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, for the Veep job. So that was, I'm just going to take you back 25 years, if you remember what was going on. Do you guys remember this? Do you remember that summer? Here, and here's the thing. We went over to the famous Irish pub and the, like, Murphy's, whatever, were singing. It was, like, amazing. And all of these people, including Newt Gingrich, were there. And we were like, it was a blast. And
was he drinking?
And then, oh yeah,
oh,
like we
great.
were all. It was a great time. We got all these
fun.
We got video. We got pictures. And then, do you know what happened? Our car got smash and grab, and they stole because
what? Wait,
Larry had
the RNC?
Yeah. And so I do have one picture somewhere with Newty, as his mom called him, Newt Gingrich, from the convention center, but we had like all these videos of all these prominent, Republicans and all these people who were partying there. And then because Larry's like whatever, the handy cam video camera, whatever, was stolen in the smash and grab, we don't have any of it. Isn't that weird?
Oh no.
Yeah. So can you imagine, like, I wish so bad we had that. So I could share it with you right
still
now.
Floating around somewhere.
So some car thief, like, what did they do with? What do you, Don't take people's video.
That's
stuff.
terrible. So you did the better coverage of that day, though, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm sure Larry. I forget who, but I was thinking back to the summer of 2000, Republican National Convention here in Philadelphia, and then the lesser energy one was just back, just not. It feels like yesterday when we covered, Hillary Clinton and that whole thing. And remember the. What are you covering? Is this?
It's actually some footage
RNC?
of the protests during the RNC.
Oh yeah, look at how low energy. Look at these low energy.
Yeah, compared to what we're seeing now, right?
Right, wearing masks, and they were protesting whatever Republicans. And then at the time, I was walking into the
look, a Free Mumia sign. Some things never change.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Look at this, with the FU Center that they are on buses, being bussed in. They still bust these protesters in because they're not. Look at them all. These people are not Philadelphia people.
Fear Bush. Fearbush.com.
Fear Bush. My, how things change, right? Now Republicans fear Bush. Maybe some, right? I mean, I have to say that. But
right outside the Roundhouse, it's now a condo?
Gosh, that's right. It's a condo building.
Yeah.
Look at the hair and the T-shirts.
YouTube.com/@12th WPHT to see this great footage. Like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, please.
I'm having fun looking at this.
I know, right?
And the other thing is, so I'm walking in with Larry Kane, the legendary anchor man who's now retired.
457 people have now joined the millions of people that are victims of our criminal injustice system. We specifically targeted this issue. targeted the issue of the criminal injustice system to call attention to what is going on in America. And as a result of what we did yesterday, we have now joined the folks that we are trying to call attention to.
Wow. Crazy haircuts. Still crazy chicks and crazy haircuts. Yeah, right? Some things never change. So Larry Kane and I are walking in the press area, and you have to go through, obviously, the protocols and the security. And we're walking in, and people are like, hey, whatever. Because that was back when the media, when people liked you, when you were a TV news anchor or reporter. And so he looks over, and he goes, hey, kid. Hey, let me tell you. And he always has the hands. Hey, kid, let me tell you something. Can I tell you something? It's not easy being a legend. Let me tell you. That's my little Larry kid because of the Beatles. I knew the Beatles.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
He's adorable. We still talk. We still keep in touch.
Yeah.
That was pretty. That's my little Larry Kane.
He called himself a legend, though?
Uh-huh. It's not easy. Well, it's not easy being a legend. Do
you support that, calling yourself a legend?
It's a hoot.
You could honestly probably call yourself a legend.
No, I'm not. No. Let's ask, next time we have Zioli on, we'll go, hey, Zioli, tell us, is it difficult being a legend? It'll be like a new question. 855-839-1210. Let me know if you remember that summer, if you attended the Republican National Convention in the year 2000, it's so weird to think back 25 years ago and what we were doing that summer. And yeah, Dick Cheney. And I have another little trivia as far as who was there. I totally forgot about this. So around the corner, I'll tell you a singer from back in the day and her song that just went viral and how it is a song about Dan and Maisie Borowski. So we're going to tie that all together. We're gonna tie it all together with a bow.
And youtube.com/@1210WPHT for some more great footage about on that RNC in Philadelphia back in 2000 during the break.
Be right back.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So this is a legendary singer who went viral, 27 billion views globally on TikTok with this song that I'm dedicating to Dan and Maisie Borowski because they've just announced within the last week their little baby girl that's going to be born. So she's in her, your wife is going into 21 weeks. But this is, of course, but I thought of you right away. So Larry and I were talking last night and he said, did you see this? That this song from way back in the day that was a 1962 song and it has been used in more than 17 million videos, 27 billion views globally on the TikTok app. And so I just wondered if anybody knows, and so the connection here is she appeared in support. She's a Republican. She appeared in support of, at that time, the RNC. She attended here in Philadelphia in 2000, the Republican National Convention.
Oh, really?
So she was here. Can you name her? Does anybody recognize this voice? She's a legendary singer from back in the day, singing this song, Pretty Little Baby. And by the way, it was pretty cute. It was making news because she actually, I guess her former agent or somebody had called her and said, do you know this went viral? And it has received all of this attention. And she said, what's viral? And they said, on TikTok. Like, she thought, like, a virus? What? And so now she's joined TikTok. And she said, thank you, TikTok. It's really cute. And she said, to think that a song I recorded 63 years ago is captivating new generations of audiences is truly overwhelming for me. Thank you, TikTok.
You know why it is, though? It's because I hate to be the old curmudgeon, waving his fist at the clouds, but music today is absolutely garbage. And it has no life, it has no personality, it has no melody. It's the same drum track, with bad music over it, and you have something like this, a beautiful song with a great catchy melody that has a relatable theme, and you have TikTok, which is a social media platform that is all videos trying to relate to music. You're going to have resurgences of actual good music like the song we're hearing.
So this is the official soundtrack of Baby Borowski.
I love it. Thank you.
Pretty little baby, because she's going to be so beautiful. But she says, this person, I wonder
if Al would know, because we have a caller who wants to remember the RNC back in 2000. You want to take him?
Hey, Al. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Doing great. Do you recognize this singer?
I couldn't recognize someone who sang something yesterday, let alone 25 years ago. But at least I got my mid-20-year-old kids listening to yacht rock and stuff like that. At least they're learning what real music was like.
Yeah, buddy. I love the yacht rock.
I love it.
So I wanted to say, if you remember Commissioner Timoney doing that early morning raid in West Philly and locked up all the protesters?
Yes.
And held them at the roundhouse for like the whole weekend?
Oh, man, that's taking me back. That's so true. Back when we had bike cops. Remember, he was always on his bicycle. He was all fit.
And I remember when you started bringing it up, because I was actually working at the clothespin doing security during that for the police department. And like I said, I remember that. Now, trust me, the protesters were just as vile back then as they are now.
It's a sin. It's Al, thank you so much, and make sure you keep the faith, keep the kids informed. That's our thing. Like, we watched with our sons Platoon which I actually forgot how, well, it's Oliver Stone. It's very politicized, but just looking back at, old movies, old music, just making sure they see it all. Do we have anybody that can recognize her voice? Because I guess this track was on because it's back in the day with records, obviously in the 60s. So this was not even a main song for her. It was something that they just recorded, and then they just stuck it on a record, on the back of the record. What do they call it? The side B or whatever?
They did get it on YouTube.
You guys got it on YouTube?
Yeah. Jim got it.
Jim, good job. It's Connie Francis Sings. So it was Pretty Little Baby, released on Francis's 1962 album, Connie Francis Sings, Secondhand Love and Other Hits. Peaked at, it was on a Billboard, top Billboard. In May of this year, though, Pretty Little Baby broke into Spotify's global and U.S. charts for the first time. And so it's busting up on TikTok. Isn't that crazy?
I love to hear it.
Try to weave all that together.
I just love to hear that there's a desire for good music still, because it seems like there's not much of a supply, but there is actually still a demand, which is nice to be reminded of.
Pretty cool. And they're congratulating her. You know what strikes me is, I think even though you're famous, I mean, she was a superstar right back in the day, and she's, I think, pushing 90 at this point. What is she, 88 or 90? But her humility, the fact that she just is so refreshingly humble. When you think of a lot of stars and they're so egotistical and in the selfie age and so full of themselves, and here's somebody who is an icon, and she's still this humble person who's just shocked that anybody would like her music even now, and to say thank you the way that she has and to her fans. It's pretty cool.
I'm flabbergasted and excited about the huge buzz my 1962 recording of Pretty Little Baby is making all over the world. To think that a song I recorded 63 years ago,
oh my gosh,
captivating new generations of audiences is truly overwhelming for me. Thank you, TikTok.
Thank you, TikTok. How sweet. Pretty lady. So humble. So we just tried to wrap all of that up for you. 855-839-1210. The summer of 2000. For me, it was the summer of love. Lair Bear and I were married then, celebrating 25 years. So having a little fun with that. All right, we'll get back on track. All the breaking news, the bad, the good, the ugly, all the Trump news. Elon Musk. And it is really a season of love because the bromance is back. What did Elon post? We'll have that. And then breaking down the New Jersey primary, which is in our rear view mirror. We'll be right back.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I feel like I've had a therapy session just holding these puppies.
Agreed.
Getting the word out like this really does help.
We want to continue this partnership, and we want to continue doing this. It's a great organization, and we want to help you get the word out as much as we possibly can. So we should do more events like this.
We're 1 week from Father's Day, so next week we'll have to talk about Dad's Day.
Yes. Hey, if you're a dad, it's a great day to treat yourself to a new dog and a new Mercedes lease. Get a jump on it now. Why not?
Well said.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Attention 1210 future home sellers. Are you planning to sell your home? The housing market is changing fast. It's not what it used to be. Diane Giordano here from Giordano Realtors. Let me help you stay ahead of this shifting real estate market and how to increase the value of your home at my next home seller seminar. Join me and special guest Dom Giordano. Enjoy a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres Wednesday evening, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. I'll show you how to tackle today's uncertain market with rising inventory and fluctuating interest rates, also low-cost ways to stage your home and meet modern buyer demands. And lastly, check out my insider strategies that helps homes sell faster and for more money. And you'll get a signed copy of my new book, Model Home Mindset. Do your research and get prepared when selling your home. Don't wing it. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. Going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home. Now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. We've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There was no fees taken out of what we made and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive crash-proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
But, you know, it is what it is that happens. Things like that happen. I don't blame him for anything. That I was a little disappointed.
Could you reconcile?
Say it?
Could you reconcile with him, do you think? Could you forgive him?
I guess I could, but, you know, we have to straighten out the country.
So this has just dropped as far as President Trump sitting down for a one-on-one with Miranda Devine and talking about an array of topics. In this one, she's basically asking about the bromance, the breakup, if you will, but could they patch things up between Elon Musk? Now, I don't know the timing. I was looking back at Elon Musk's post. When did I reported it earlier, was it 6 or 7 o'clock this morning? Elon Musk had put out that he regretted, here it is, it was 7 hours ago. So he posts, I regret some of my posts about President, and then he puts at real Donald Trump last week. They went too far. And then there's reaction. Taryn says, man, this public apology means a lot. Not too many people apologize for disrespecting President Trump. Thank you, Elon. And so a lot of people reacting to Elon Musk, that does take a lot to apologize, or he doesn't really say the words, but I regret it.
Mm-hmm. There's a little bit more than what we just played also, if you want to hear that, Dawn.
Elon, is there anything that you can do to forgive him? Could you see that happening?
Well, I have no hard feelings for it. I was really surprised that happened. He went after a bill that's phenomenal. It's the best thing we've ever signed in this country, and that's phase one. Phase two, phase three, all of a sudden is, it all comes together. It's coming together so well. And when he did that, I was not a happy camper. So it's too bad.
You said he had problems. What kind of problems? I mean, is it the drugs?
I don't know what his problem is, really. I don't know. I haven't thought too much about it in the last little while. And
he just didn't get that.
I think he feels very badly that he said that, actually.
And maybe it was something else. I mean, he had the fight with Scott Besson outside your office.
Yeah, well, they had not a fist fight, people, but I guess they had a little bit of a shouting match. But that's
Did you hear it?
That's typical. I do it a little bit.
So he's indicating that maybe they could, like the song Dan is playing, Why Can't We Be Friends? I think they'll be friends again. And I think it'll be more than cordial. I don't know what the heck happened. I don't even think, it sounds to me like Trump, think about his whirlwind life. He's like, what the heck was that? So, but a lot of it was over business and maybe some personal. But speaking with the Post columnist Miranda Devine there, and it's what a debut. Can you imagine? So this is her debut episode of Pod Force 1, and what a big get to kick off with the Trump interview. And so it's obviously it's being just dropped, but it's kind of a shame. You know what I mean? That he's not reacting to Elon saying, I regret this, because I think that they pre-recorded it on Monday of this week, and so it's just dropping now. And so I he's saying he has no hard feelings. I don't think that he's a grudge holder. I think so. I'm not in my family, I'm not a grudge holder. Are you? 855-839-1210. I don't think Trump holds a grudge. Of course, he remembers things, but I don't think he's a grudge guy. But I think that Barron and definitely Melania, total grudge. They were like my mom, God bless her soul. My mom, on her deathbed, held the grudges. Do you know what I'm saying? So we all have those family members who they never forget. They did such and such. Let it go. I think Trump lets it go. Look at his cabinet. I mean, you may say back in the day, and even Ted Cruz. Remember back in the day with Ted Cruz, and man, there were some nasty on the campaign trail between those two. They're buds now. Marco Rubio's another one of his right-hand people. So I think that he's not a grudge holder. I believe that President Trump has no hard feelings. I think he's relieved. But I remember that day when this was all going down and Elon Musk was responding in real time. And I'll never forget that. Seeing Trump, and I forget what he was holding a news conference, and I could just tell in his demeanor, he was bummed out. He was a little lower energy than he normally is because it was a bummer and it was a disappointment. And that was my reaction, that Trump was disappointed. So I think he's probably relieved right now that, okay, it's over. Shh, put it in the past. I'm glad he did that.
He does actually talk about FLOTUS with Miranda Devine and the treatment she's received by media. So we'll have some of that after the break as well, Dawn.
I can't wait because, Melania Trump, I just want you to, as you know, I'm a student of media. I've studied it my whole life, the vast majority of my career, television career. And so I do remember when she was a media darling. And man, how that has switched. And she would be on the cover of everything if her husband had a D behind his name. That's not right. Shame on them. We have a great interview. We want to stay on time. Great interview that you want to hear about Second Amendment rights, among other things, here in Pennsylvania and beyond. Stay tuned. This is the Dawn Stensland Show. Thanks for being here.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The big story breaking locally, and this is a multi-state Amber Alert has gone out. We've been reporting this all morning, and we're getting some new information about this Amber Alert issued for a 3-year-old sweet little girl from Newcastle County. And mom had, let's listen in. This is a live news conference.
Yesterday evening, approximately 7:15 p.m., patrol officers responded to the 500 block of Gender Road for reported kidnapping. Nola's mother advised that she pulled over after Nola became upset and was attempting to comfort her when an unknown white male, armed with a handgun, approached her and then took Nola. The suspect then fled in a dark-colored SUV driven by a white female. Ultimately, an Amber Alert was issued for 3-year-old Nola, and the Newcastle County Division of Police Criminal Investigations Unit, along with the FBI, began an intensive investigation that continued throughout the night. As a result of that investigation, detectives determined that the initial account of the investigation, or of the incident given by the mother, was false. The Amber Alert is now canceled, and there is no danger to the public. Sadly, this incident is now being treated as a homicide investigation by the Maryland State Police. Our detectives are continuing to work closely with the FBI and Maryland State Police. Additional information will be released as it becomes available. We'd like to thank everyone who has called in and provided possible tips and information. All media inquiries related to this investigation.
So let me take it back. Here's the thing I will tell you, when I heard this story, if you're in law enforcement, or if you're, for me, just reporting these things, something seemed off. The story of the mom says, "Oh, I pulled over. There were some changes in the story, but some inconsistencies, but also I pulled over because my child was upset in the vehicle." And then this white man, because this is an African-American mom, with this darling little sweet little girl, if you've seen her picture, which has gone viral. So this Amber Alert went out. Horrifying tale of this white man who at gunpoint abducts the child from mom, and then there's a white woman driving the vehicle in the getaway vehicle as these white abductors take sweet little 3-year-old Nola. And this is the report that mom gives to the police. Now, as you and I know, of course, law enforcement is required. No matter what, the child is missing. The Amber Alert went out. It was issued. This is Newcastle County, Delaware. And now you see the authorities as they determined, and I had this sinking feeling that this was not the case, that there was something off. And sure enough, now what they fear is, and these are the worst fears, that something happened to the child at the hands of those who the child loved and trusted, and that now they believe she was a murder victim, and that a story was made up to cover the murder of this 3-year-old child. So they have to call off the Amber Alert because everybody's been looking, of course, all of the officers, and this went out. So law enforcement across the region, this is across the country, right? And so it's not just Delaware, Maryland, across Pennsylvania, New Jersey. Everybody's been reporting this because you have this sweet little child reported being abducted by these horrifying white people, this white couple. The only thing I will say to you is, if you can, and I always have to point this out, and you're already going there, right? What if this is another ethnicity of family, and they say, well, it's a crazy bad black man, or an individual who is an illegal, or an individual who's this ethnicity or that ethnicity, right? It's always horrifying when they bring race into it, and that's what has been done here. But I seriously doubt, that anybody's going to point that out, because the evildoers in this case, it's a white man who took her 3-year-old. Well, now it turns out, nope, it's all fiction. It was made up. And so somebody else did harm reportedly to this child. So I hate to hear this story. And the little girl, they've been putting the pictures out of her, and sweet little face, sweet little 3-year-old Nola is her name. So I don't have reports if Nola Dinkins' mom or family members are in custody. Is anybody in custody for questioning? I don't have all of that information. Just that the Amber Alert is off, and they have reason to believe that this little girl has been murdered. God forbid. Jeez. It's just so sad. It's so sad. And so they're looking into all the different, investigating this as perhaps, whose custody was she in? Was she, when she allegedly, or not alleged? The murder is never alleged. It's just the suspect. Who is the suspect? Who's in custody? So we're following this for you. And if you heard us at 6 a.m. as we start, we bring you all the news. This has been a major news story overnight and into this morning. All right, can we talk about New Jersey, And where do you want to go here?
Well, we had Trump talking about Melania with Miranda Devine, but we can hit that after Dush if you want.
Okay. Yeah, because just give me the heads up when we have to break. Do you want to go to Melania now, or do you want to go to the New Jersey primary? We haven't really hit that.
I think we should probably do Melania.
All right.
Yeah, I got it up here.
So here is President Trump, and this is with, man, what a good get. Congratulations, Miranda Devine, as she's launching her new podcast. But here, and you can hear there's nothing scripted. Everything there's nothing off limits, apparently. But listen in now as Miranda Devine is asking him about our FLOTUS, our First Lady.
You must be incredibly proud of Melania, of the First Lady, of what she's been through. I mean, was it hard to talk her into coming back to the White House after the way she was treated, quite badly last time?
Well, she was in a way treated badly, but in another way, the people love her.
New York Post readers love her.
Oh, yeah. The New York Post has been great. Actually, New York Post they really do a fantastic job.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it, and you're a big part of that. People don't know they're watching. This is your first podcast, but you are a tremendous success, and what you do for the New York Post is amazing. Great writer.
Thank you.
There aren't many of them. It's a tremendous talent, but Melania is very respected and loved by the people.
Yeah.
But she doesn't get treated fairly, I would say.
No, I mean, she seemed, she dressed much sort of more fiercely this time, I felt, during the, it was almost like she was sending a signal like, you're not messing with me this time.
She loves the country. She loves the people of the country. The media is the media. If she were a Democrat, if she were married to a Democrat, she'd be
on Vogue 20 times.
It would be a different thing.
Yeah. But does she care? She doesn't care about not being on the cover of Vogue.
She doesn't seem to.
No.
Well, she's been on the cover of Vogue, and she's been on the cover of a lot of them.
Yeah.
But she's a very confident person. Now, if you weren't confident, you'd care.
Yes.
But she's been there. She's done so well. And as a first lady, they love her. Yeah. There's a great elegance and coolness that she's got. The people and so many people say, like when I make speeches, they have pictures. We love our first lady.
Yeah.
And they do. They really do.
It's true. I do. I do love Melania Trump. I think hands down, best FLOTUS ever. Love her. Love her. And just like he's saying that people had thought maybe she was a weak individual. Are you kidding me? Look at her background. Look at where she grew up. So she is tough, baby. And I think one little note, do you notice how she asks about the fashion, the hat? Remember the hat we all commented as we were at as we were celebrating together.
The San Diego hat?
Yeah, right? It's like her hat, it's almost like a Clint Eastwood Make My Day hat, if I can say that. Over the eyes, you know what I mean? I love the hat. But remember Miranda Devine, as Laptop from Hell author that she is, that, she also, last couple weeks ago, if you saw her great opinion piece, FBI agents who covered up the Hunter Biden laptop story in 2020 must not get away with it. And so remember, it was the Post that was hindered and oppressed during the previous administration. And so she had actually written that, story. But remember her role, Miranda Devine in the New York Post role in the whole Laptop from Hell story. And they broke that story and they were oppressed, suppressed. So I think it's so cool that he's celebrating Miranda Devine. And she is an investigative journalist. There's no question. She has uncovered a ton of stories and she breaks a lot of news, as you well know, but good for her. So we got to go because we have a great interview for you coming up. What's going on if you are a firearm owner, a legally licensed gun owner in Pennsylvania? What's happening here in Pennsylvania? And should you be concerned? Well, we'll talk to the Pennsylvania senator who's on the case. Chris Dush is just ahead. Stay right there.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Do we have to give out the disclaimer that if Mikey Sherrill's team does buy ads,
they'd be stupid not to?
Right.
But
Why
not
are
to.
you carrying a Democrat's ad? We had that in the 2022 midterms.
Yep.
We had that last year in the general election. Do we have to go through that disclaimer again for the people that can't listen?
Money's green. I don't care. Both campaigns need to pony up.
Greg goes right for the money.
Well, of course.
I mean, why would he
Piece
not?
of that pie.
I want a piece of that pie.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad,
Kevin, there's no hot water.
so you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The working families of Laona Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Focusing on Pennsylvania just for a moment. And this is something that goes underreported. As, you know, Governor Josh Shapiro, during his annual budget address, seeking to establish the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. What does that do? And what does that mean for you? So, of course, we want to stop violence. But what does this really do? And so my next guest is asking the same question, because is this a goal to track already licensed firearm dealers? And what does that look like for Pennsylvania's many legal, law-abiding firearm owners? So that's among the issues, although we want to talk to Senator Chris Dush about his latest piece in Crossing Broad and Liberty. But welcome in. It's great to have you to our state senator, Chris Dush. Hey.
Thanks, Dawn. It's good to be with you.
Absolutely. So I'll start with the Second Amendment, issue, because I noticed that's part of what you're, focusing on in one of your latest pieces, Right to Know. And I think this kind of thing goes underreported in many ways, as far as, because we see the headlines, which we can all agree, of course, we want to end violence, all kinds of violence. But in this one, are you concerned when they're starting to push money and funding to, basically poke their nose into the business and privacy of law-abiding Second Amendment citizens who are legal firearm owners?
Well, I am chair of the Second Amendment caucus in the Senate, and I'm sorry, I thought we were going to be talking about the SEPTA letter, but the legislation that you're speaking of, I'm not familiar with, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But yes, the In Pennsylvania, our version of the Second Amendment is actually the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be questioned. It's even more strongly worded than the U.S. Constitution. Unfortunately, there's way too much questioning of that right for the people of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and that was it. I know we're going to talk about SEPTA, but that caught my eye, and so I think for a lot of people there was concern about that, and that, I know that's you're the head of that caucus, so I thought I'd ask you that. But yeah, sure. Let's move on to the latest piece in Crossing Broad, Senator, and that is, the headline was that you called the SEPTA operators chauffeurs, and obviously it's a tongue-in-cheek reference. But what do you see here as far as SEPTA funding, and what is your main concern here?
Well, actually, that wasn't even my. I first heard that from some of my constituents who basically, they have to drive upwards of 60 miles. Some of them, a lot of them, are driving long distances. And when Governor Shapiro took money from the roads and bridges in Pennsylvania, $153 million, and flexed it, as he said, to SEPTA, I had an awful lot of constituents who are very upset, and including, actually, I have 7 of the 67 counties, and our area transportation agencies didn't see any of that $153 million. Leslie Richards did a poor job when she was the PennDOT director, and she obviously did a poor job while she was with SEPTA. When our people have to have their heads up and on the road and watching out for deer and bear and other drivers, and SEPTA drivers or SEPTA users are sitting on the trains, they get a chance to catch up on social media. Or I've used SEPTA before. I worked as an insurance investigator out of Ridley Township in Wilmington for a few years, and the commuters do get a chance. I mean, they can take their briefcases with their laptops and sit and get work done that my people can't afford to do. I mean, they got to keep their eyes on the road, and when the money is being taken from roads and bridges and put into that, while at the same time and for decades, we've had things that have choked the economy up in the northern tier of Pennsylvania, and it's been policies set by legislators and others that has just choked our ability to grow. And my area is more to the western part of the state, but our workforce has left, and I bring up the fact that there's not a state in the United States that doesn't have a Steelers bar in it, and that's our working class people.
Yeah.
The way they've choked the economy, our energy economy. I have a feeling with the massive increase in the bid price for electricity, simply because they've been shutting down my coal plant operations and my natural gas operations, and that's mostly coming from people that are in the southeast that really don't understand. We've got a lot of conservationists up there. Our area of the state is magnificently beautiful. We're conservationists, we're not environmentalists. The difference is the mental part. We love to see our economy grow, but for decades that has not been allowed to happen, simply because of the regulations and the decisions of people like Secretary Richards not to assist the federal government in getting 219 finished. That's an international trade corridor that was supposed to run from Toronto to Miami, and it's the largest unfinished portion of that is in western Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, and the one thing that I have to say, though, that the real crux of all this, we're at a point right now where we're at a $5 billion structural deficit in just managing what we've got going on in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. $5 billion on a $47 billion budget. The money's not there, and we can't do like the federal government and print money. So I'm going to continue to fight for my people, but the problem is I have to tell them the same thing. My transportation authorities, I've been straightforward with them that we don't have money and to increase funding. If we level fund everything and only deal with the increases in mandated spending on human services, we're going to start the year next year $1 billion in the hole. Where the rainy day fund's going to be gone. Pennsylvania's going to be hurting, and then the massive tax increases that people are going to see, along with the massive energy increases, the prices for electricity and stuff. Pennsylvania's in a dire place if we don't start doing some things to right the ship.
Yeah, and Pennsylvania State Senator Chris Dush, we appreciate you joining us, and especially because my reference to the Crossing Broad story was that, you know, a lot of times let's just be honest, the liberal-controlled, liberal-leaning media, if somebody just even Googled or searched your name with SEPTA, there's a lot of negative and misinformation out there. And so, you know, part of this is I want to give you that chance. We want to let this breathe and give you a chance to say, this is what's really going on. Because I think on unfortunately, a lot of people get their news from social media, etc. And so it's important to me that, you know, we give people the real story and what's really going on, and not these sort of juicy, biased headlines that we continue to see. So that's really why I wanted to give you the breathing room, if you will, to answer this. As I know that you represent the 25th District of Pennsylvania, more rural area. For me, I'll just be honest, I'm a longtime Philadelphia resident. You know, one of the things that I see is SEPTA, the way that they really keep SEPTA afloat as well is we don't have school buses for school kids here in Philadelphia who are above, especially for high schoolers, but even middle school. You know, if you're a junior high school age, you're taking SEPTA. And part of the reason I feel like kids are getting sort of pimped, if you will, in all of this, or a pawn, is because that's in part the way they justify keeping all of this, you know, keeping SEPTA and all of this money that goes to SEPTA. Why don't you give the kids, if we talk about equality rather than equity, whatever, all these, why don't we, you know what I mean? Give them the equality that the suburban kids have. Why don't Philadelphia children of every age, every school, have the same school bus service like all the kids in the rest of Pennsylvania? But they don't.
Well, and we need to start on that front. We need to start bringing back the neighborhood schools again.
Amen.
You know, I was talking with a woman back in Baltimore at one point. We were sitting, and she was talking about what busing did to her. She had her grandkids that she had custody of. She had to take 2 buses across town to get to a parent-teacher conference, and it was 3 on the way back. And she said she couldn't afford to take work off, but what busing did, she was complaining about busing and getting the kids taken clear across town, that she'd get there and the parent or the teacher wasn't there. And so she basically blew an entire day's worth of work. And she said back when she was in school, if she or her brothers were to get in trouble in the school, she'd be walking down the street, or they'd be walking down the street, and every mother or somebody would be sitting out on the stoop saying, "Oh, you're going to get it when you get home." I mean, everybody, it was a community. The school was part of the local community, and I'd love to see that back for the kids down there in Philadelphia. Like I said, I worked down there as an insurance investigator. I've been in some of the roughest neighborhoods, and the people down there are so nice, but they're trapped. And we've got to find some ways to help them out down there, but it's got to, that's something that the local leaders in Philadelphia need to start getting their hands around, and including the school district.
Yeah, and so another piece of this, as I know the Pennsylvania Senate had approved the measure sponsored by, in part, you, to make punishment fit the crimes for right-to-know records destruction. I know that was written about news coming out of Harrisburg. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, it absolutely appalls me every time. Whenever there is a right-to-know request and somebody's possibly going to face criminal proceedings because of what's in those documents, that we've got evidence of it. I mean, the cash situation that happened up Luzerne County, I think it was, and with those judges and the people that were involved within the court system, you also have what teed that one off for me was when I had Punxsutawney in my district. There was an incident that occurred that there was actually video. They knew that there was video of it because of the cameras in the hallways and stuff. And the right-to-know request went in about a week after the incident, and then, we're sorry, the video is not there. So, and the problem, go back to the cash to kids. That thing was so appalling, and where judges were sending kids to these juvenile facilities, even on the slightest charge, and they were getting kickbacks. That kind of stuff, if you've got people destroying records of criminal activity, there has to be a consequence. They obviously, and these were people that operated within the court system, so obviously they were aware the punishment didn't fit the crime, so they were all too willing to go ahead and destroy the records. We got to put a stop to that.
And so in this legislation, it would make it a third-degree felony, so it would have some teeth, 7 years possible in prison, $15,000 fine. I'll take you to a more recent one during the pandemic, all these right-to-know requests. I've interviewed so many different parents, especially moms. I think of Meg Brock in Bucks County or Beth Ann Rossica in Chester County. So these different moms... By the way, one of them was a Democrat. This whole issue really made her flip and feel like her party left her, and she's now a Republican investigative reporter. And that's the same for Meg Brock, who I believe, as we speak today, is still involved in these right-to-know requests, even though the judges have ruled in her favor, because these were right-to-know requests dating back during the pandemic, what was going on here. And they've continued to deny. I'm not alleging they. I don't know if they really deleted or what they're saying back and forth, but not giving forth the evidence and saying either we don't have it or it's hard to get. And it's that whole. This is years now of people. So I don't know if the legislation actually puts a time limit. Once there is a ruling on it, these people should have to, give forth the information. The fact that they're allowed to continue to hide it for years and years. And what average citizen has that kind of time or energy to keep up with it?
Only the motivated. And, it's unfortunately, I mean, our founders were brilliant in the way they crafted things. And I have to say that the ex post facto law provision is definitely something that should remain. But when it comes to creating a law that has criminal consequences, that I can't create something that will go back in time to correct what has happened in the past. But I do want to make sure that going forward, we can go after the corruption.
Yeah, that's so true. And another piece, I wanted to touch on this quickly, was that another piece of legislation that you've been pushing and advocating for is the protection for property owners against, eminent domain. Can you speak to that, if you would, Senator, and let us know about why this is important? First of all, why you're pushing for this, why it matters for every Pennsylvanian.
Well, Article 1, or Bill of Rights, in Pennsylvania, guarantees to every citizen the right to acquire, protect property. And when the eminent domain law allows for taking somebody's property, and it's supposed to be for a public good, but also they have to reimburse them at a level that is commensurate with what the actual value is of the property. I've got one farm family. They were actually, I think it was Bucks County. They had been a William Penn land grant family, and they got eminent domain by the township out of their farm. They moved up to Center County, and they were eminent domained again, and now they're facing a third one with PennDOT taking part of their farm for a highway expansion. Now, they've spent generations getting that soil composition right, getting the riparian buffers that control the erosion and stuff all correct. If you're forcing them to move off of a farm, there's a tremendous amount of work beyond just the value of the property itself. There's a lot of work that has to go into getting that farm prepared and up to the standard of the previous farm. And they may even need different equipment in order to do it. But let's take a business owner. I have a gentleman that has he had 5 convenience stores. PennDOT came along and eminent domained his highest grossing store. And because it was his highest grossing store, when he negotiates with the people who supply the products that are on his shelves, they're largely based on the volume and the prices that he can negotiate. And when his highest grossing store is taken away from him, and there's no place nearby that he can acquire that has that same kind of a traffic, it just it makes it much more expensive for his other 4 stores.
Right. Yeah, these are all, issues that we cover in the news all the time, and especially, the stories of family-run farms with the eminent domain case. I think it's a case that certainly hits home. We're always reporting on these, and again, they're kind of dragged through the courts, and so perhaps, you streamlining some of these issues can help these folks and support them. Listen, Pennsylvania Senator Chris Dush, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, Donna. I appreciate getting the word out. And we better, just a quick comment, the vehicle manufacturers need to keep the AM radios in the cars. Because you guys are a tremendous resource. God bless.
Aw, thank you so much. Yeah, we appreciate it. Great shout out. Senator Chris Dush. Yeah, we let that one breathe a little more, because a lot of these, if you look up some of these stories, you're going to see sort of salacious headlines that are so over the top biased. And that's my real problem with it. Maybe down somewhere buried, in the article, they do give the other side, maybe, but I hate to see that. Give the issues. Let people discern for themselves. And instead, you're left sometimes reading between the lines. That's not right. So we just wanted to give him some equal time, if you will, because the media has not been fair on some of these issues. 855-839-1210. Really appreciate you being here today. We're going to get back on track with some fast-paced breaking news. Yes, and breaking news, Trump news, Elon news. Who is now in the hot seat testifying? Man, there's so much going on. Got to talk about my guys at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We really appreciate them. We have that Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning unit. It's called a mini split in the lower level. You can actually, when you go downstairs, the air smells just clean and crisp. And it used to be, in these hot days, like today, 90 degrees, it would feel muggy. And the stale, yucky air, it's just a game changer for us. And that's our lower level. We're having everything redone and really putting together a nice studio, TV studio, as well as audio. So we need, with all that equipment, to make sure that we're good to go there and just feel good when you're down there working. So just really appreciative to my guys at Marvin E. Cans. So they come out, really the change of the season when you think about summertime. If you're looking for somebody who can make sure that your system is running. And obviously, if you need a new system, they're going to install a Trane, Trane, hard to stop a train, as they say. But my guys at Marvin E. Cans, here's the thing. These technicians are true technicians. A lot of times, you don't realize this. There should be a law against this, but a lot of people, you call a company and those technicians are actually commissioned salespeople. This is not the case at Marvin E. Cans. And this is so important that you spread the word on that happening, but not with my guys at Marvin E. Cans. These technicians, and this is family owned, family run. And by the way, this company was started by a military hero, a real true military veteran. These are patriots and like-minded folks. So Marvin E. Cans, K-A-N-Z-E, can't say enough about them. MarvinECans.com. So make sure you get ready for summertime. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The forecast remains quiet today with hazy sunshine due to the wildfire smoke high in the atmosphere. It'll be hot but not humid, high up around 86. For tonight, mostly clear, not as cool, low 70 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Thursday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, hotter and more humid with a high near 90.
Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are on at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Get exceptional pricing on the C-Class and E-Class sedans, the CLE Coupe, and the EQE sedan. Find your Mercedes today.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife, Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, in 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee to not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Now, get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Or drive home in a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT lease for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevy, Cherry Hills trusted Chevy dealer. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
As a party, it's time for us to now speak directly to the people of New Jersey. To independents and unaffiliated voters, who may have lost faith in both political parties and wonder whether their voting matters anymore, to moderate Democrats who feel abandoned, alienated, and ignored by an extreme and out-of-touch, ultra-liberal Democratic Party in Trenton and Washington, D.C., a Democratic Party more focused on pronouns and property taxes, a Democratic Party that would rather stop criminals than support our police, a Democratic Party that wants to tell you about a car you have to buy, a Democratic Party that believes it knows best how to raise your children, a Democratic Party that rewards illegal immigrants with handouts, while our own citizens are expected to pay more and get less. A Democratic Party that includes people like Phil Murphy, who wants locals. If taxes
So that is the victory speech of one Jack Ciattarelli. 68% of the vote in New Jersey, with 96% of those, 96% reporting. So precincts reporting. So New Jersey, that's on the GOP side for the governor's race, and a little more split if you look at the Democrats, who hope to be your next governor, New Jersey. So as expected, I'm not surprised. I mean, these were the front runners all along. But what's interesting is that you had the more progressive Democrats split the vote between Ross Baraka getting about 20% of the vote on the Dem side, Steve Fulop about 16%-ish of the vote, and then Mikey Sherrill coming out as expected. She's the projected winner on the Democrat side, 34% of that vote, but really a splintered vote among all those different Democrats, and embarrassing showing, just really embarrassing for Steve Sweeney. I think about that, 7% of the vote for Steve Sweeney, who once was considered, remember back in the day, Steve Sweeney was considered one of the most powerful politicians in all of New Jersey.
So many signs.
Right?
There's so many signs around South Jersey still.
7%.
Oy, that's sad. He was the future.
That's what everybody said.
Yeah.
But
nice little trucker came along and
Ed the trucker did him in. So Mikey Sherrill, it's interesting because all along I kept saying, and I mean, you look at her resume, right? As somebody who checks all the boxes if you created an AI, right, artificial intelligence candidate, you've heard me say this before, mom of 4, wife, military veteran, first woman as a Navy chopper pilot, et cetera, et cetera. But I think she was in many ways a little lower energy than I expected, especially in all the debates and everything. But now we come to the general election. And so you look at Jack Ciattarelli comes in, I think, with a lot of energy. And when you look at how many independents apparently have gone to the R side, with 68% of the votes, so a lot of support here. So he won all, and Zeoli, he sends us these, talking points, if you will, because Rich, actually, he's taking care of the kids. He's on dad duty this morning, so he we hoped that he could call in this morning, but Zeoli writes he texts me, Ciattarelli won all 21 counties. He was leading with, 68% of the vote. I told you that. That's, and that's with most of, I think they're at 96, 97% reporting. And then as far as Bill Spadia, respectable for somebody who's really a political newcomer with about 22% of the vote. For Bramnick, it's a little embarrassing for Bramnick, I think, 6.2%, because he has a name, right?
Yeah.
So, but I think for Bill Spadia, I think he should feel good about himself this is his first time running for an office, right? He's somebody who comes from our side of things, Dan.
Yeah.
And so even though I would say he was like one of the voices for New Jersey Republicans, being really from, I believe, the only station that I can think of that is a private sector, broadcast entity, radio. They don't have a TV station. There is no television news market in New Jersey. I know that sometimes you think I'm going in the weeds, but it's a big deal. Think about Michigan or think about like North Carolina, how many news markets they have. New Jersey, you have nothing. In New Jersey, you are represented by New York City to the north and Philadelphia to the south. That's a sin. That is wrong. If I had the opportunity to interview Trump again, because we interviewed him when he was on the campaign trail, and of course I had to ask him about protecting women and girls, particularly in sports and locker rooms, restrooms, all of that. So that was my question to him because we had a very limited amount of time. But I would, if I could ask Trump like 3 questions, this would be in my top 3. To say, President Trump, you have Bedminster, you have a home and a golf course in New Jersey. Shouldn't New Jersey have equal, when we talk about equality, have at least one television news market? I mean, why not at least the Capitol or something? But New Jerseyans, you do not have your own TV market. You do not have somebody who goes out and just represents you. And it's wrong. I know when I did reports for Jersey Matters, that was something that people would come up and say, Jersey does matter. And I just did weekly or bi-weekly reports. Larry hosted that show, but that was dismantled, and they fought with the FCC. It was really, it's a sin. It really is.
If you want to name Mike, you got to hit her right now.
Okay.
We're running out of time.
We have everything from the best bagels to bingsu, curry to cannoli, Taylor ham, egg, and cheese.
Ugh.
This state
So corny.
deserves the best.
Okay. Well, that's why we want Jack Chittarelli.
Well, this is where she starts, Dawn, and she spends the next 10 minutes.
This is not going to be led by a Trump lackey like Jack Chittarelli.
Well, there's a problem because he actually was not a lackey. I mean, some of you were upset that he was not, like me, a Trumpaholic, right? That he went back and forth with Trump and they busted each other's chops. He did campaign for him ultimately and got that huge endorsement, but he was not a lackey. That's just it. I mean, he, I think, earned Trump's respect by not being that yes guy. So we got that going on. Are we going to Dom Giordano now? Because I think we're way over here.
Yep.
So appreciate you hanging with us today. We have Dom. There's so much breaking and so much developing. I know you have a lot coming up.
Yeah, Dawn, Kim Kardashian to her 356 million followers.
She's
on
coming
Instagram.
on?
Whoa! You got Kim Kardashian?
Well, I wish. That's on my top 10 list. But Kim is on the wrong side of things. She can overlook a lot, but she's attacking now the ICE raids. That's it, Kim. You're out. We'll talk about that. And Jeff Andrew here to break down the Jersey primary, among other things.
Look forward to a great Dom show just ahead. And Shaq and Diane, love it.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Get high-quality furniture, your style, your way at Bucks County Estate Traders. Explore their massive Hatfield showroom featuring 16,000 meticulously inspected pieces. And for a truly custom look, ask about their expert upholstery service. Their talented team can breathe new life into your chosen piece, and their industry-leading staff provides a world-class guided experience. Find your perfect furniture perfectly customized, plus every item has a QR code to make shopping seamless. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, and we seem to be on the cusp of big. I mean, when Kim Kardashian weighs in, 356 million people on Instagram pictures, not a lot of writing, talking about these are her neighbors. Doubtful, the people that are involved in the so-called ICE raids. And a great piece today. I wish I had used the meme, I guess. Since when did Home Depot become like the Continental Hotel in one of those John Wick, where nothing can happen? You can fire thousands of rounds outside it, but you come into the Continental Hotel, all the bad guys have to respect it, otherwise you get murdered. So Home Depot is like the Continental Hotel. You can't be bothering people at Home Depot in L.A. or anywhere else.
Wasn't expecting a John Wick reference this Wednesday morning.
Yeah, but I think it's fairly popular, Continental Hotel. Yeah. All right. So the lead today is this story from the Daily Mail that President Trump is set to deploy, they say, ICE tactical units to 5 Democrat-led cities. Those cities, according to them, are New York, Seattle, Chicago, Northern Virginia. Well, that's not a city, but okay. And Philadelphia. I think we could see something, the 9th Street Italian Market, something of that nature. You could see this at any point. So yesterday, you had the mob going back and forth in Philadelphia. And the YouTube footage from 6 ABC is pretty telling. I hope the cop doesn't get in any trouble. He was just trying to keep people in line. And as a result of that, they're all over it. 15 arrested, 2 officers injured, tense moments. is the way the media put it. Well, here we have people, again, just believing they are not going to follow the law. Over in Montgomery County, which strangely, Montgomery County, wow, they have a 4-hour allowance, meaning if they're going to release someone charged with something of that nature, they keep them for 4 hours and they give that notice to ICE. You have 4 hours to get over here. So the beef out in Montco is a woman who posted bail ultimately, but is here illegally. She was charged, if you can imagine, it appears to be a romantic thing, smashing her car into the boyfriend's car and having your young child in the vehicle with her as she smashes her car into the boyfriend's car. She's here illegally. People are going nuts out there in Montgomery County because you know how progressive they are. I was surprised. In Montgomery County, they have a 4-hour notice to ICE. Not good. ICE may not get there in time, but it's something. So we'll keep our eye on that. But this is a YouTube alert. I don't care where you are. Stop in the middle of traffic and say, I'm watching YouTube. This is cut 7. And somebody that we had on, Savannah Hernandez, is the voice that you'll hear. She was here in Kensington at one point. And people don't get this. On Twitter, some of them don't get it. It's a black woman on the way to work with these blocked by these two hippy-dippy types that are just almost cartoonish. It's almost like we created them to get people mad. You know, the blocking traffic thing. And Hernandez, the reporter there, yells out, "You're going to stop a black woman trying to get to work?" They're both white, up and down the line. They look like right out of a cartoon of who would be at these rallies. And they go back and forth over this. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. I would run this in campaign ads. You just can't create this. Now, some people on Twitter says, oh, why does it matter that she's black? Oh, come on, grow up. It matters because to these people, identity matters, you dopes. So when you have a black woman pleading with them, trying to get her car moving, and they're just work, this is more important. What about the immigrant children that are being snatched up? And you want to talk about work? When are we going to get this straight with people? When are we going to get this straight? I'm talking right now, and I like the guy. I'm talking to the Philadelphia Police Commissioner. Commissioner, when are you going to get this straight? No one should be able to block me. No one should be able to block anybody on their way home from work or to chemotherapy, as a woman said yesterday. When are we going to get that straight? Move them out of there. Tell them you will disperse. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm being generous. I'm giving 5 seconds. And move them. Do not let them block traffic. All right, here's how it sounded. And again, you got to see this on YouTube. Here's how it sounded.
I have a kid. If I don't, and these people are having their children taken, and what about my kids? If I take my dog, then what happens to my kid? I can't help you. But you can if you could just move off the way. You're not going to. How is this a peaceful protest if there's nothing to do? No, it's not.
How do you white people feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work?
Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
There you go. This attitude, and who's engendered that? Philadelphia police at the highest level. I'm sorry, I don't pulling any punches with, it's a progressive. Yes. Is Sherelle Parker telling him to do that, or is that the police chief's decision? Come on, chief. I can't influence him anywhere. I got to tell you honestly, it sickens me every time I see cops told that they have to do that. Then after an hour goes by, then they move them. Nobody has the right to block anybody in America. You don't. I don't care about your message. You have a right to free speech, but I don't have to listen. Once had a reverend on here, and he said, yes, from the altar he would preach, even if someone's going to chemotherapy, something like that. We have the right to do this. There's a greater good, Dom. Can you imagine the arrogance of these people? And again, I don't care what they say on Twitter. The point they were making there with a black woman, these people deal in identity. They tell you about that all the time. And even then, they're not going to do it. This is their fun. This is what they do. They block people in traffic. That's where it comes from. Now, we're seeing a little bit of a backlash. The woman in question is the Walmart heiress. She just married a guy, and she's worth $7 billion now, Christy Walton. I think he was the son of the founder. She is called by Breitbart an AWFLS. No, it's safe for work. We can mention this. That is an affluent white female liberal, AWFLS. And she is funding the Days of Defiance and the No King's Day this weekend. Big time. You know, all these people come staging infrastructure, all those foreign flags, all the nonsense that they do. She's funding this apparently across the country. Philadelphia's going to have one of the biggest. So now you see Kerry Lake and others. Now, I don't think it's going to happen, nor am I advocating it. Will there be a Walmart boycott? I don't think MAGA is going to boycott Walmart. Walmart is the biggest grocery store seller in the Philadelphia area. But it's interesting. They have tried to distance from this, and they're right, but she makes her money from Walmart. So this is the type of thing we're against. Women, there's a whole gaggle of them that support all this stuff. The insulated crowd. Some of the rallies are going to be in Habertown and Ardmore. These people are insulated from violence. They're insulated from the mobs. Maybe they even have people that work for them cheap illegally. Maybe they do the landscaping or God knows what. They're going to be holding rallies there, and they'll do a big one at Independence Hall. All right, a couple comments before I give you the side question on last night and the primary. Jack Ciattarelli won by even more than I thought. He won all 21 counties. All that's good. We're seeing an interesting development, too, that I'm watching. And that is what we're seeing in South Jersey. Steve Sweeney did miserably. He was the only candidate from South Jersey. You're seeing due to Trump and Trump's inroads in Jersey that I think people in South Jersey are moving to the Trump column. Maybe they don't call it Republican. They just say Trump. Moving away from the Norcross machine, moving away from the Democrats. I mean, Sweeney had a long resume. He was the only South Jerseyan. He had all that Norcross muscle and money behind him. And I believe at the final, I think he came in last. I think Trump has a lot to do with this. Now you have people out there saying, well, you know, Mikey Sherrill, they're going to lead with that, is a military veteran. She is. She's also someone who skipped a vote on Laken Riley and then voted against it the second time around, the second iteration. She's also someone, and I'm glad to see, because I got several feelers from Ciattarelli fans of one sort or another, about the fact that she and her husband, through all this constant stock trading, have rung up millions of dollars. I think the figure is $7 million. We're going to see, is there an appetite at this point for somebody to be the face of what Americans hate, all this insider stuff? She's a creature of it, she and the husband. So there's a lot to work with here, and Jack Ciattarelli, I think, has a really good shot. What we need is Brannick. He's a more minor candidate, and certainly Spadea to come clean and say they endorse unity. I haven't seen Spadea do it yet. If I missed it, that's good that we're on the road to do that. You could do it on the radio, the other station over in Jersey. But this is Ciattarelli Central until further notice here. Because I think we reached a critical thing to drive out his vote to win this election. I don't see him as the underdog. I wouldn't put him ahead, but there are several things in his favor. He's got pretty good name recognition this time around. He's got Trump, and there are vulnerabilities. Now, I would have rather have had one of the more radical, but she's radical enough. And you're going to see that stock trading, the millions there, and her votes on things like Laken Riley. We're going to see how this goes in Jersey. The media is just going to tell you helicopter pilot, helicopter pilot, helicopter pilot. I think there's a real shot here that Jack Ciattarelli can be the new governor. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, let me give you the side question, kind of apropos of nothing, but...
Why did this even come up? There was something that...
You just brought it up, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think there was anything there. You were just saying, oh, you like this one. You got on a roll, and sometimes when you get on a roll...
There's something, though, that we were talking about that this really piqued... Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it's a great side question. I'm looking forward to it, Dom.
Okay, so things that you hate to do, but you have no choice.
Sounds like you announcing the side question today.
Yes. No, I'm distracted by an email I just got here that it's just like, God, I'll share.
From the
it
Washington Post, because I just got one from the Washington Post.
Yeah.
No, it's not. All
right, so things you hate to do, but have no choice.
Do it anyway.
I'm going to give you this one because it's such a road thing. The edging.
Oh, you don't have to do that, though. That's completely voluntary to
No,
Roe.
it's not.
I'm talking to Roe here.
Oh, right. No, see, I would do the lawn and all that. But no, we can't have that. We got to have the edging.
Yeah.
Like it's... And when we go down the shore, she sees more edging. Those people in Wildwood, the edging is down to the micro level. The edging. By the way, somebody sent me an email today and say that's the first thing when they hear my name, they think of edging. But they also told me they saw a shirt. They were thoughtful enough. Where do I have it written down here?
Ooh, a shirt.
And the shirt. Oh, yeah, I have it right here. All right. The shirt said, the T-shirt said, it's all about the gravy, baby. Not all about the sauce. All about the gravy, baby. If you have that T-shirt, you wear it to Mulligan's, I'm buying you a drink.
Yeah.
Now, just for the first 3, not any more after that. Come on now. Can't have 100 people show up.
It's sauce, Tom.
It's all about the gravy,
It's all about
baby.
the sauce.
See, we got
the special sauce. The
spotters
special
out
sauce.
there for 100-mile
Don't say
area.
special gravy. I'm running with that one.
Okay. Yeah, I will. That's exactly right.
And it's red sauce that you get on a red pie and
right.
Marinara what? Marinara sauce.
Gravy.
No, get out of here.
Okay, so what's yours?
Well, it's something I feel like I got to do right now. And actually, I think this is why we had the conversation the other day. The phrase pulling the trigger.
Right.
When you're very nauseous and you feel like you just got to stick a finger down there and get it over with just because you don't really want to have to do it, but you got to because you're not feeling too well. You'll feel better afterwards.
God. Oh,
yeah, it's a phrase used often when drinking, but often when someone's nauseous as well. And how about doing taxes? We'll take off at the board as well.
You got that green. It's Maisie working on that green eye shade. I got the Christmas present now. All right. Hit us with that. That's the side question. Coming up, if I ever get it, because I can't print from this for some reason.
Yeah, it's unsurprisingly.
The Free Press, which is kind of liberal, it's slightly liberal. They're smart. They're not progressives. They have a big expose on the Philadelphia public schools. Now, we knew this in general terms, but you hear the specifics. Reading, writing, and racism. Philadelphia public schools, it's like 10 printed pages. I thought we were in the area of stopping DEI. We got a lot of work to do. This is it any wonder why we see these mobs in the streets? When you hear what they're being told in the Philadelphia public schools, it's even more than I thought about Ronald Reagan, about the national anthem. They are beyond fraudulent. School choice will liberate us and then let the idiots go to these big city public schools. Let they and their parents choose to be idiots. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zeoli Army to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Something that you just have to do, even though you don't want to. That's a side question. It got its way in there. We got some great ones coming up, too. I can't even decide. We got so many in the docket. All right, in addition to that, I love this. I've been saving this since I saw it last night. President Trump met with the House and Senate, and Dave McCormick will be here coming up. So we'll take you inside the big, beautiful bill, which is being helped by what's going on in L.A., and he showed them some polling, some extensive polling on elements that are in the big, beautiful bill. Now, some of these, to me, are kind of disappointing. They thought they were good. Here's some of the things that are in the big, beautiful bill, the main ones. Modernizing air traffic control, 82% in favor to 10% opposed. Who are the people opposed? 10% of them. Providing a 15% tax cut to working families. 82% on board, 10% opposed. Increasing the child tax credit to $2,500, 81 to 12. Ending the tax on tips, 77 to 18. Now, I have a higher priority. I would cut the taxes even more on overtime pay, but that did win 74 to 18. Making Trump's tax cuts permanent to avoid a 22% tax increase, that only won 53 to 34 to make it permanent. They think that's good. Okay, I'll go with that. Some of the most vulnerable items, House Republicans said, They have qualms about the way Trump's deportation effort is being carried out. And they talked about also the Medicaid stuff. Are those numbers good, though? Maybe that's just America. Maybe that means that in America, you just can't get a really good number, like a 90% on just about anything. I was heartened by some of it, though. So that's what's going on behind the scenes with it. Watch for Philadelphia to become one of the cities where this next few days, particularly into the weekend with these big protests here, to become really important. All right, so just a quick, you probably know this, but I'll just emphasize it. Why is the Jack Ciattarelli thing so important? Well, here's the reason. It looks to me like it's going to be an uphill battle to win in Virginia this year, the governor's race. Here, it is very doable. If we win, not only how refreshing this will be. I mean, think of how long we've got. You know what it's like doing talk radio? We never try. I got Cory Booker on once. It was at the convention. He did that Johnny Carson stuff, the bowing and all. So he sat down with me. It was at the 2016 convention, I guess it was. You're not getting Andy Kim on. That guy's not coming on Talk Radio 1210. We're 0 for 2. I don't even know who the senators are in Delaware. It's such a backwater. Then when you go to Pennsylvania, we have Dave McCormick now. Since Casey's not there, Fetterman's pretty tough. And then you look at the local delegation. The only one I've ever had on was the Dean of Decency. And we argued about potholes, of all things. She was still a state rep then. She wasn't the congresswoman. Think we're getting Mary Gay Scanlon or the Houlihan on? Can you imagine in that office when Dan sends over a directive? Do they set it on fire or do they even bother anymore? Right?
It's a special fax machine that shreds, or goes right into a shredder, you know?
Yeah, Josh Shapiro has, said he would come on. I know we never do a face-to-face, Dan. You know what the reason is? Height. I'll be blunt about it. I doubt it that he would. We had negotiations there when he was running. Jersey, Phil Murphy. Can you imagine? We're in a no man's land. So if we have a Jack Ciattarelli there, we have access to actually talking with the governor. And I've seen him talk more about the plastic bag ban and overriding that with executive order and a bunch of other things. This is doable, whether you're in Jersey or not. It doesn't matter. This would also set up the narrative for the midterms. The Trumpism, Trump candidates, conservative values, stopping illegal immigration, all those things, that's the winning side. It would make the midterms a lot better. If he loses, then the narrative is going to be the other way. And I told you where the difficulty is with Mikey Sherrill, and that is the money, she and the husband. Millions of dollars in stock deals turning around on a dime. All right, that's one area. The other is illegal immigration. But you'll see all the local media, helicopter pilot. That's all that you'll hear. All right, let's go to Anthony in Delco. And Anthony, you're in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Anthony, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, thank you. I heard you mention earlier about these protests that are going around, and specifically we're talking about one in Haverford, and it's actually not a rally. It's advertised as a mass protest, and in the description it says where we take over the streets, no kings. And this started to leak out within the residents of Haverford Township within the past 48 hours. So people started contacting their commissioners. Most are extremely progressive, asking them why wasn't the public notified. They want to do this on Eagle Road, which is congested 15 hours out of the day to begin with. Just Monday, there was a big commissioners meeting with a comprehensive plan that a lot of people were against. And if you read between the lines, it's basically a comprehensive plan goes in, loosen up the zoning codes and start to urbanize Haverford, which was known as a suburban community. So Dom, when you mentioned it, what happens now, if you click the link, it pretty much says this event is unable to be found. So what we believe is going on is when people started to make inquiries, the progressive commissioners are still staying quiet about it. that they're going to try and pull a fast one and sneak it in. And maybe you can use your influence to start snooping around in Haverford and see what's going on with it.
So they're going to shut down the streets?
Well, they don't say it specifically, but if you know the Eagle Road corridor, exactly where they want to do this, it's gridlock. On Monday night's commissioners meeting, that was a big concern about wanting to add density to the township, where the main arteries, Eagle Road, Manoa Road, to name a few, Darby Road, Eagle the worst, is congested all day long. You can't move. It's gridlock. So if you had 10 people protesting, it's going to increase.
Oh, yeah. Well, they don't care about that because they want to slow it down. They want to bother everybody. They want to force their message on us.
Yes, and Dom, one other huge red flag is we find it hard to believe that Monday that they didn't know about this. They made a proclamation about Gay Pride Month, and they raised the gay LGBTQ thing flag in front of the township building, which is fine. But we had a lieutenant colonel retired there, asked about, you didn't say anything about the Army's birthday, you didn't say anything about that, but first and foremost, they didn't say anything about this big rally, and it's impossible for them not to know. But they have been contacted via lots of emails, and still nothing, crickets from them.
Okay, we'll continue to be on that, Anthony. What is it you have to do that you don't want to?
Dom, it's the lawn. All this rain, cutting that grass. You cut it, and 2 days later, it's 10 inches again.
All right, that's a good one in the context of the rain, bringing it that way. All right, got a lot to unpack with Senator Dave McCormick. We're also going to talk with Jeff Van Drew today, and we're going to talk with the chairman of the Republicans in Pennsylvania. Their big thing is to defeat not one, not two, but 3 Supreme Court justices. We'll take your calls, too, on the side question, 855-839-1210. I make it even money with Jack Ciattarelli. I don't think he's the favorite. I don't think he's behind. I know, Jersey, more Democrats and all that, but this is a good cycle for him, and I think he's got the stuff to do it. And he's got Trump. Can we put him over the top? 855-839-1210.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police used batons to disperse crowds of ICE protesters who blocked traffic in Center City. The field is set for the New Jersey governor's race, Democrat Mikey Sherrill against Republican Jack Ciattarelli. And the Switch smashes a Nintendo record with 3.5 million sales in the first 4 days.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests, with all the stuff breaking around us, particularly in the Senate. Somebody who really has made that seat a seat of consequence versus a backbencher seat. And that's what he ran on, if you had to boil it down. That's Senator Dave McCormick. Senator, thanks for restoring Pennsylvania to the front, I would say 7 or 8 chairs on the deck there.
Hey, Tom, how are you? It's good to hear your voice. How's everything?
It's great. So let's start off with some commendations here. $20 billion from Amazon.
Yeah, isn't that exciting? You know, it was on Monday. I was in Berwick, Pennsylvania, which is 6 miles from where I grew up, Dom. And we announced Governor Shapiro was there. He had been working on this as well and had been really leading the charge. And we announced $20 billion of new investment in data centers across Pennsylvania, 2 data center campuses, one in Bucks County, one in Berwick, right outside of Columbia County. And these are going to create thousands of direct jobs, thousands of building trade jobs, and thousands of indirect jobs, a huge boon. It's the largest investment in Pennsylvania's history. And, you know, what I said on the campaign trail, which I really believe, is Pennsylvania's blessed with abundant energy, with great water resources, with an incredible skilled workers, with the building trades, with wonderful universities that can create the technical workforce we need. And we just got to go out and tell that story, and this is a great example of a big success.
Now, I read in one place at least that Dave McCormick may have changed his mind, nuanced it or something when it comes to tariffs. We see the president announcing philosophically the deal with China. Devil in the details, though. So what changed you a little bit, and what do you think of the China deal, at least as we've seen it so far?
Well, you know, I don't even think it's nuanced. I would have said 20 years ago that I wasn't in favor of tariffs.
Okay.
So I definitely have changed my mind, and I think it was something that was changing over time, but certainly changed when I did, 500 visits across the campaign trail, which is the bottom line is we are not being fairly treated around the world. If you look at the tariffs or non-tariff barriers in the European Union, with China, with Mexico, and the president ran on reciprocal tariffs as a means for achieving fair trade. And the worst offender of all these is China. The worst offender. They have all sorts of subsidies. They have tariffs. They have non-tariff barriers. And we're going to have to hold them to account. I don't know the specifics of the deal other than it appears to be essentially further clarification on how the Geneva Agreement was going to be implemented. And the key thing here for us is to ensure that we get access to rare earth metals, access to magnets, access to the kind of capabilities we need to move forward, and that we have tariffs on China until they lower their non-tariff barriers or tariffs. And, that's going to be a long negotiation coming. It appears that this announcement's a good first step in the right direction.
Something in the big, beautiful bill that I've seized on, I've launched a podcast about school choice. It's really taken off and heavily backed. There is upwards of $5 billion in there, at least the House passed it, and I talked with the guy who drove it, Senator, where you put in the money and then you get that relief on your income tax. What can you tell us about this? Is there support for it in the Senate? I think it's the greatest liberator that we have, but what do you say?
I'm with you. I co-sponsored that legislation with Senator Cassidy. I think it's absolutely the path forward for equal opportunity. We did a coffee this morning with a bunch of Pennsylvanians. There was a woman there who represented the public school teachers and was sort of pushing me on my support for school choice. And I said to them what I said, I've said for years, which is this is the best way to give opportunity for everyone. And my preference in the bill would have been $10 billion over 10 years. The House version had $5 billion. I think it'll stay in. I'm a strong advocate of this. Every senator sort of gets to weigh in on the things that are most important for them. And this is one of my top ones because I honestly think I got elected to help ensure the American dream is available for everyone in Pennsylvania. That's Republicans, Democrats, any race, religion, political orientation. And the way to level the playing field and create that opportunity for everyone is school choice. So this is a great step forward. I think and hope it'll be in the final bill, and I'll be a big supporter.
Well, that's certainly good news. Republicans seem to be, I try to bill it as the third rail. We know Medicare, Social Security, very difficult. But Medicaid now, and it's a simple principle, threading the needle here with Medicaid. Where does Dave McCormick go as far as, look, we want to protect people, but due to COVID and Biden policies, we have millions of people that shouldn't be on it.
Right. Listen, I think we need to start with the facts and just make sure everybody understands the facts. The first two facts of your listeners, the first two facts are, number one, Medicaid has been the fastest growing program in the federal budget for the last 5 years. It's grown by $250 billion annually, Dom, just in the last 5 years. So it's almost as big as the defense budget and growing faster. That's the first point. Second point, all these headlines you're reading about Medicaid cuts, I want to make sure you know what's in the proposal. The proposal from the House is suggesting that we slow the rate of growth from 5% a year to 3% a year. So that's what's being proposed in the House bill. That saves money in the budget because the projections are 5%. So there's no reducing how much we're spending on Medicaid. There's only increasing it at a slower rate. The third point is, I agree with you. We should protect vulnerable people, children, people with disabilities, women with dependents, the people that were not designed for the program. These are not the people the program is for. Are working age men without dependents and illegal immigrants. And the work requirements that are in the House bill would ensure that you don't get Medicaid unless you're working or have demonstrated the willingness to work. Here's the requirement, and just for your listeners to understand, it's 80 hours a month.
Yeah.
80 hours a month, and it can be volunteer work, right? I mean, when I was the first 30 years of my career, I mostly worked 80 hours a week. This is 80 hours a month to be eligible. I think it's what common sense Pennsylvanians want. Nobody wants handouts. People want to have the opportunity to work. I also think it's the dignity of work. So I'm very much in favor of this. I want to make sure we don't misdesign it in some way where we hurt the people who we're meant to protect. I want to protect the benefits for the vulnerable, but I also think we need to rein this program in so the people who it was not designed for aren't unnecessarily receiving the benefits.
I don't think you talk enough about it. I know how prideful it is, and I wanted to give you an opportunity because I saw on Twitter you talked about your outfit, remembering that when the president was at Fort Bragg. When you're in the 82nd Airborne, that's like the legacy. I mean, that is the creme de la creme of that. Well, what attracted you to go that route versus other routes in the military?
Well, it's the really incredible history of that unit that the 82nd jumped into Normandy on D-Day. It's been at every major battle throughout American history. And the great thing about paratroopers in the 82nd is they volunteer twice. They volunteer for the 82nd, they volunteer for the Army, and then they volunteer for the 82nd. So you get a special brand of soldier, men or women who are willing to throw themselves out of an airplane to support.
How many jumps, Dave? How many jumps have you made?
I think when I retired, I think I had something like 70. I was a jump master, and the jump masters are the guys that are in charge of the airplane and put the jumpers out. And listen, I'll do a quick story on this, Dom, which is what I loved about the Army, what I loved about the 82nd. In my platoon, when I got there, I had an African American kid from Newark. I had a kid from Southern Alabama. I had a kid from Boston who had dropped out of college. I had a Puerto Rican platoon sergeant who was in his early 30s at the time. He seemed like he was ancient. And I went to Iraq with those folks. I never remember ever having a conversation about religion, I never remember talking about race. I never remember talking about politics. I couldn't have told you who was what politically. What brought us together was a love of country, a desire to serve and protect America, and a commitment to one another, to keep one another safe. And that's what's we're celebrating now, the 250th anniversary of the Army. I think it's, for me, the thing I'm most proud of and grateful for in terms of all the things I've had a chance to do in my life.
Well, when you're jumping out of planes 70 times, all that other stuff, I think, gets put aside. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, sir.
I have to ask you, because every time we talk, there's great strides with this, both on the Trump level, your level, et cetera. What can you tell us is the latest with crypto?
Well, the big thing now on the docket, I think this week will be a vote on the Genius Act. That is essentially creates a stable coin which will allow people to transact in dollars. So stable coins is a cryptocurrency, but it's designated in dollars, and that'll give people a lot of freedom to be able to transact, to be able to send money, to have that money be secure. It's the first foray into making crypto even more pervasive. It's great for the U.S. dollar, because if stable coins are where people start to use and transact with, that'll reinforce the dollar as the reserve currency. And there's more to come. I think there'll be legislation on a broader framework of regulation to give the crypto industry certainty. But I think we got to win this battle. The technology around blockchain and crypto is critical for innovation. It's also critical for securing, the global financial system. So one step forward.
Absolutely. Senator, thank you. As always, great stuff. Continue, and thank you for the service now and before. Thank you, Senator, very much.
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
All right, Senator Dave McCormick here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. He co-sponsored the bill that's in there, and he's right. I wish it were $10 billion or $20 billion or whatever we need to get out of the Philadelphia public schools. As I mentioned, the Free Press has a big piece up. Thanks to Philly Republican Doc on Twitter, sending it to me. It's stunning to see the Free Press report of the stuff that they're doing, even stuff that, come on. National anthem, taking that out, the attacks on Ronald Reagan that are unbelievable. And this is all their curriculum, all their I thought we got rid of DEI. We'll give you more details on that. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can get in right now. We'll talk with Jeff Andrew at 1 o'clock. But on the Mikey Sherrill thing, Scott Presler has a nice piece up. As a congresswoman, she voted, of course, against the Lake and Riley Act, and I believe was not present for one of the procedural votes on it. She voted in support in the 117th Congress of Joe Biden's agenda 100% of the time. Come on, Mikey, just one vote. They would have allowed you one vote against it. And since 2019, she has more than tripled her net worth. That's pretty good. It's amazing when you're in Congress. Suddenly, you're a stock market genius. This is going to be pursued during the campaign. Are we going to reach a point where the media will say she's got some explaining to do? If she does, how does she explain that? 7 million, I believe, is one number I've seen out there. Uptick. Oh, she's a genius. She ought to be governor. Or is she and her husband, are they an example of the Pelosi syndrome, where people double and triple their net worth because they know when something's coming? 855-839-1210, you get in. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently had a chance to talk to Joyce, a listener, new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist say that she needed dentures. Well, Joyce told me, I met her over at Dr. Bentz. Look at me, I may be vintage, but I'm not old, and dentures are going to make me, I'm not doing that. She heard me talking about Dr. Bentz, and right there, she said she made a turn, called, got in with Dr. Bentz, got her dental implants, and she's doing great. She's very happy with them. We talked about Dr. Bentz, his confidence, his ability, the technology, the diagnostic tools. When you have all that, why would you go anywhere else? Call Dr. Bentz, meet with him and his team, get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Make that initial appointment, 610-272-6949, or visit bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I feel like I've had a therapy session just holding these puppies.
Agreed. Getting the word out like this really does help.
We want to continue this partnership, and we want to continue doing this. It's a great organization, and we want to help you get the word out as much as we possibly can. So we should do more events like this.
We're 1 week from Father's Day, so next week we'll have to talk about Dad's Day.
Hey, if you're a dad, it's a great day to treat yourself to a new dog and a new Mercedes lease. You get a jump on it now. Why not?
Well said.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Still asleep?
Out cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield. Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. You get on board. You got the side question. Now think outside the box. It's all in the call. Something that you really dread doing. Something that you got to do, but you dread doing it. All right? It's all in the call. Make it sparkle, and we'll go from there. The L.A. thing is coming to Philadelphia. You saw the protests last night. You've seen them now in at least 15 cities. We'll see what ICE does next. I think they'll ratchet up across the country rather than standing down. You have people in L.A. City Council asking the police chief, why can't he tell them when ICE is going to make a, quote, raid? He said it's illegal. I can't tell you where they're going to be, and they're making a raid, particularly you people on LA City Council. They have in their head that they're going to do what they want. That's it in LA. Against laws, whatever. They don't care. They're going to do what they want. Well, they're being told by the president, no, you're not. And it's going to happen here in Philadelphia. Jim Kenney, and I'll give it some of it in the next hour. The Washington Post has that guy write an op-ed. I wonder how many people it took to have Jim Kenney write an op-ed. I can just imagine. And you know what he says? How smart it is to be a sanctuary city. All right, yeah, the old dance, that clown. Come on, Jim. Let's debate how smart you are. All right? I'd rather have Jim Kenney than Larry Krasner. I don't know. It's like both of them at once. Yeah. How did that guy, Sherelle Parker's just lucky in life, following Jim Kenney. Who would you like to follow? You know, you got to do better after that. All right, Mike in Bridgeton. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Mike, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing, Don?
Good, Mike.
Yeah, I'm just calling about the sidewalk thing where they busting up the sidewalks and using them as weapons.
Yep.
It's like the sidewalk is a symbol of civilization. Like they built that to, one step up from the streets and the mud, and people push their baby strollers on it and kids on their bikes, and blind people can walk, not get run over. And yet now they're busting them up and using them as weapons. It's like a new low.
Hey Mike, tell me, when you're not calling, are you a poet? That was very poetic. They're breaking civilization when you're thinking of the curb. You're exactly right. It's not just a piece of something.
Sign.
It's a civilization, right?
Yep. And then next day, you got broken sidewalks and people tripping out into the street, and it's a really bad sign. I never even thought of it.
Oh no! Well, each time they do
overpasses.
Yeah, each time they do something, they add a little wrinkle to it because this is their life. It's their creativity, Mike. Good counter by you. What's your answer to the side today, Mike?
Oh, I know it's not going to happen, but just never having to look at Gavin Newsom again.
Being forced to look at Gavin Newsom.
Being forced to listen to Gavin. Come on now. Do you think? Wait a minute. Do you think the guy has good hair?
He comes with buttered toast.
Well, look, I had him in studio, and I would tell you he couldn't have been nicer. And I know he's a politician, but he's got the California thing down when you're up close to him that you can't even imagine. It was February, and he had that glow, that tan, the whole thing. Thank you, Mike, very much. I like that. They're breaking up civilization. Even folded the shirt a certain way. He didn't have a tie on at all. He's got it. And at the spin room, he does project that. I think beneath it, he'll crack pretty easily, but the veneer looks impressive, looks presidential. All right, that's a good one, though. That's outside the box. Something you have to do. Now we got to look at Gavin Newsom, but you don't want to. By the way, little AI story. I heard this on a sports channel yesterday. The Phillies pitcher, Luzardo, got rocked the last 2 times, and he's throwing the ball, velocity the same and all that. Is he tipping his pitches, Dan? Guess what they use to determine is he tipping his pitches? AI. Oh, my God. Am I relying on AI versus somebody who's been in baseball like 50 years, a grizzled scout? Or is that guy tipping his pitches? Or am I going to go, he's tipping his pitches? What else are they? I mean, Tulsi Gabbard ran the JFK files through AI. I'm not doing that. You got to stop it. Let's see what AI says about this. All right, we'll talk with Jeff Van Drew about the Jersey primary. The wind tunnel people, the wind turbine people, are shutting down big time in South Jersey, and a couple of other things he's involved in. His subcommittee's on to something big. He's next, and your calls, big 1 o'clock hour, Talk Radio 1210.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT leased for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. Jeff Andrews should be joining us momentarily here on Talk Radio 1210. You got the side question today, apropos of just, I don't know how it came up in the meeting, something you have to do, but you really don't want to, almost ever. It's a real chore. Hit us with that. It's all in the tell, all in the call. I mentioned the 3 R's of Philly schools. Free Press, if you know of it, is not a conservative outlet. I like them. They're liberal, but moderate liberal, but reasonable on things, pro-Israel, that kind of thing. They write, world history students in Philadelphia's public high schools begin a unit about the Gilded Age and progressivism with the question, what do you need to overthrow oppression? The answer outlined in the class curriculum skirts any complexity about the era and social change. Instead, here's what the Philadelphia Office of Curriculum and Instruction said students should conclude. New horizons of industry lead to greed and exploitation. Just think about this. Think about these maniacs. Think of the world that we live in, where has technology, I mean, isn't it an open question at least? Hasn't it freed people, advanced life, inventions, technology of one sort or another? The curriculum is recommended only to teachers, which means why have the power to decide whether to follow it in their classrooms. Some teachers said the curriculum's mere existence shows that Philadelphia public schools are fixated on teaching history through an oppressed versus oppressors framework. And we know what that is. That is DEI. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what they're still doing. All right, I'll give you more on this. It is, even for Philadelphia, a pretty stunning indictment. Let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew, though, who's in the center of a lot of stuff. Congressman, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you always, Dom.
Well, I saw even the Inquirer acknowledging that Jeff Van Drew is kind of a premier guy who has representing South Jersey now, and some of the notions of President Trump and how that has broken through. They acknowledge Steve Sweeney not doing well in this race, the Norcross machine and all that, that you exemplify this change in South Jersey. I mean, that's a real legacy. Just think, well, you grew up in this in political circles, and they see you as the representation of actually changing that.
Well, I say I'd appreciate it. I have to look at what they actually wrote, but interestingly enough, the Philadelphia Inquirer hasn't always loved me, as you know.
Well,
and in fact, when I ran against, a lot of people don't know, I ran against Amy Kennedy, which is Ted Kennedy's daughter-in-law, and that was a rough race because they had a whole lot more money than we did. We had enough, though, and we fended it off. It was, 6 years ago now, but we were able to prevail, and that's when the beginning happened. And this is, Dom, why you and I have these conversations sometimes. It is so important for the Republican Party to recognize and realize that we are a new party in some ways. That doesn't mean our values have changed. We believe in America. We believe in the flag. We believed in faith, family, and freedom. We believe in hard work. We believe in American exceptionalism. We also, though, are a party that believes in people that do want to reach out and reach up and do better and have opportunity. So I like to say that that is part of the change, this populist Republican Party. That means when people are in trouble, I don't want to be a limousine Republican. When people need help, let's go back to that Medicaid discussion. We shouldn't be spending money all over the world on God knows what, and I won't even go into, how and where we've spent money or some of the things we've done with DEI or our open borders and the sanctuary cities and the sanctuary states and the money that we put in the military to pay for sex change operations and some of our prisons, and the list goes on and on. All that crap should be gone. People don't want that. They're breaking their back working hard. But there are people who work hard, are doing their very best, and they have jobs, but they still can't afford health care. We have to realize that and take care of them. There are people that are disabled. There are people that are in nursing homes. There are people that are senior citizens. So many of them were our people in the last election. So again, I'm going to warn Republican Party of one thing. We have to be careful. We want them. We need them. We want them. They're good Americans, and they're good Republicans. And I think that's what we did in South Jersey. That's the point I'm trying to get to,
No,
Don,
I got you.
in South Jersey.
Right. Those are very Van Drewian and Trumpian. And as I said, even the Inquirer, taking a look at yesterday, what happened in the primary, acknowledges that that has broken through. It is definitely a good thing. Now, the primary overall, you served in Congress, or still do, with Mikey Sherrill. She has a 100% voting record with the Biden agenda, and she voted against Laken Riley. I believe she didn't show up for one vote around that, right? And the third thing is, I'm hoping we get this settled during this election cycle. Will the Inquirer and others cover the fact that she has, according to some news reports, tripled her net worth stock changes, things of that nature, things that people of both parties, even AOC at least, says she resents this stuff. I think that ought to be a big issue in this campaign.
I think it is. I think there's two issues in this campaign. That's one of them, and somebody's got to take a deep dive into all that. All I know is, I did okay in my life, but it was through dentistry and working hard in my dental practice and having a successful dental practice. I'm sure, much to the chagrin of my wife, I'm probably worth less now than when I entered Congress. I definitely have not had that opportunity, nor do I want it. You don't go into Congress because you want to make money. So I think that's one issue. I think the second issue is, in my mind, who's the real Mikey Sherrill? Yes, she's got, she has the look. She's right out of Central Casting, an attractive lady, but not too showy, was in the military, was in the Air Force, was a prosecutor, is a mom with kids. And so they're going to play all that up, and they're going to make it seem like he's your next door neighbor, Dom. She's just a regular person next door that wants to give people a fair shake. Jack's job, and I will help him as much as I can, and when he prevailed last night, I stayed out of it during the primary. I wanted them to work it out. The people have spoken. I'm 100% behind Jack now, and I'll do everything that I can to help him, and I will. I'll work hard for him. We're going to deliver South Jersey in a big way for him. Now it's a job, and I have this a little bit, by the way, real quickly. When, President Trump made me the campaign chairman for the state of New Jersey, we had tremendous luck with early voting. It wasn't luck. It was a lot of hard work with my guy, Ron Filan, and others really working hard on this, and with our county chairs to get them to get their people to vote early. We did really well in South Jersey with that. North Jersey, I had a tougher time getting some of, not all of, but some of the chairmen to realize, the chairman of the Republican Party up there, different ones, that we can win. Just don't give up. It's not the same old stuff. Really work hard at it. Grab that middle class. We still have them in New Jersey. So that's what Jack's got to do, and I think we have a shot. But the real Mikey Sherrill versus the fake one that the media is going to feed you and all her advertising is going to produce.
Well, now you know better. You're more inside it, but from where I sit, this is a relatively, and we know how Jersey, progressivism, certain parts. But boy, I can't imagine these chairmen are not reading what President Trump has done, what you've done, and just the cycle in Jersey where we have Phil Murphy, 8 years of that, and people want something different. I don't think she's easy. I would have rather have had any of the others or much more radical. But this is very doable, and I know you'll do it in South Jersey.
We will do it in South Jersey. It is doable, and we've got to talk about the real issues. We get involved in all this BS, stuff that doesn't affect people's everyday lives. You know what? Whether you're middle class, rich or poor, whether you're black or white or Asian or Hispanic, damn it, you're going to work, you're breaking your back. You've got to pay in the state of New Jersey tolls that keep going up, taxes that keep going up, car insurance that keeps going up, homeowners insurance that keeps going up. You've got to keep paying for it all, and there's more regulation, and it's more difficult all the time. And the worst of it is the utility bills. And guess what? Our utility bills are so high because of the energy policies of two individuals. One of them was the past president of the United States, Joe Biden. The other one is still the current governor of the state of New Jersey, Phil Murphy. Billions of dollars to foreign companies for wind turbines that didn't work, a waste of billions of dollars when we should have been producing energy, closing down gas plants in the state of New Jersey instead of building more. We could have been ready for this. We could have been on top of it. Your energy rates could have been okay. So what are we doing? What's this governor doing? He's taking money that from you, putting it in, it's called your delivery fee. It's in your bill. Everybody who's listening knows it. And it's true not only in New Jersey. You look at all these charges that government has tacked on. So he's taking a little portion of that and sending you from big daddy government a check for $100 or $150 to help you. Our energy rates have gone up so much, $100 and $150 is nothing, and it's not going to help you. So we're sick and tired of it. Let's get down to basics.
Last week, and now we see some rapprochement here, at least on the part of Elon Musk. You and a couple of other congressmen, I think, were pent up, and I'm glad you spoke out publicly when Musk really went over the top in some of the comments toward the president.
Yes, and you know what? The president is doing the right thing. I'm not saying he's going to forget, but he is forgiving. You know what's funny about President Trump? He is one of the most forgiving people, believe it or not. You know, as you get to know him, it's crazy. He really just does forgive people, and they just. I mean, Elon said some outrageous stuff, but I don't know what happened. He's a genius. He's way smarter than all of us, Tom. I get it, and he's done amazing things with SpaceX and Tesla, but the bottom line is the president's been very good to him and made him part of his, kitchen cabinet, as it were, and he had some good ideas. Some of the ways Elon delivered stuff wasn't the best way, though, and didn't help us. Bottom line is, though, we're moving together, forgive and forget, move on. The president's doing that. Hopefully Elon will just, pay attention to his businesses now because he's got some challenges, and we go forward to bigger and better days.
Parting question, your subcommittee, you got, I think it was 400-0, an anti-Semitism resolution passed, even though some Democrats on another voted the wrong way. What's next with your subcommittee?
Well, and on that bill, I had to manage the floor. So Gabe Evans, who's from Colorado, new freshman Republican that made it there. It was tough. Colorado used to be all Republican. It's a lot harder now. But anyhow, I had to defend his bill because I was managing the floor because I was a subcommittee chair. And that's the bill you're talking about that the Democrats didn't go for because they did. What Gabe did that was nice. I mentioned it, but he really linked it together more in his bill was, guess what? The guy who built the Molotov cocktails, who threw them at, innocent people, including an 88-year-old Holocaust survivor, who, did all these things and made his homemade flamethrower. He was an illegal alien. They keep trying to make it that the President Trump's doing something bad by taking these criminals that are from other countries and sending them back. For God's sake, we don't want them in America. We've got enough of our own homegrown criminals. We don't need criminals from around the world. So they gave Gabe a hard time on that, and I defended him, and his resolution still prevailed. In our committee, what are we going to do? Our next hearing is going to be about anti-Semitism and linkage to some illegals, pro-Hamas and otherwise, that are here. Next hearing day, it's going to be interesting. We're going to fire people up. After that, I'm hoping to do something along the line. What is all this foreign influence in our country? Antifa, these other groups, these protesters, half of them aren't even homegrown or local. This isn't mom and dad next door. These are all orchestrated stuff, some of it with big money from other countries internationally. I want to try to dig down and find out more. I'm calling it, my own nickname for it is, who the hell is George Soros and why is he affecting American politics?
That's a nice title. Second parting area. There's so-called Indian summer in October. It would be nice to have Trump in Wildwood Part 2 for Jack Ciattarelli.
It would, and I've mentioned that a little bit, and we'll see how that goes. And I know that Jack now also has a good relationship with him. He did, the president did endorse him, and you never know. I think there's a real possibility. He's just been so unbelievably busy. They'll show him having a good time going to a UFC fight or something like that, but the reality is, me too. I mean, if you're doing your job right now in Washington, they're 15-hour days. But I think there'll be something worked out. It's exciting. Dom, we've got a real chance.
Absolutely. Thank you, Congressman, and congratulations when the Inquirer recognizes what you've done in South Jersey. Thank you.
That scares me a little bit. Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you very much. I know we'll go and check. That's what they said. The Norcross machine, both Norcrosses, Steve Sweeney coming in last. Well, the guy from the NJEA with $45 million spent. But we'll continue to ask these questions about Mikey Sherrill. Sure, helicopter pilot. She was a prosecutor for a cup of coffee. How do you almost triple your net worth while you're in Congress? Well, a lot of stock movement there. Around the clock, it seems like. All right, coming up, I mentioned this Free Press article, the 3 R's of Philadelphia public schools. Reading, writing, not so much, but racism. They really lay it out. And as I said, this is the stuff of DEI. DEI is one group is the oppressor, the other group is the oppressed. And you know how that goes racially. Way back when we started talking about DEI was over in Lower Merion. And we talked about with a woman we've had on frequently who founded a group, No Left Turn, coming out of that. That's exactly what it is. All right, I'm coming to your calls, too, on the side. Something you have to do, but you really don't want to. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Do we have to give out the disclaimer that if Mikey Sherrill's team does buy ads,
they'd be stupid not to.
Right.
But
Why
not
are
to.
you carrying a Democrat's ad? We had that in the 2022 midterms.
Yep.
We had that last year in the general election. Do we have to go through that disclaimer again for the people that can't listen?
Money's green. I don't care. Both campaigns need to pony up.
Greg goes right for the money.
Well, of course.
I mean, why would he
Piece
not?
of that pie.
I want a piece of that pie.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This Father's Day, give Dad something timeless, a luxury watch from Cozy Jewelers. Whether he's into classic styles or bold designs, Cozy has the perfect timepiece to match his vibe. And when you're shopping for something this special, you need to step up to the 5th C. That's Cozy. You already know cut, color, clarity, and carat, but Cozy brings it all together with unbeatable service and selection. So stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square and make this Father's Day unforgettable.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, time to Giordano show. Hearing Jeff Andrew, are we committed to get Jack Ciattarelli over the top? I think this is an even race. I mean, I get, and he's right, the stuff he said, how the media is going to play this congresswoman. But South Jersey can make the difference. I mean, it's going to be difficult in North Jersey. We know that. But can South Jersey exemplify what we were talking about, the change? That a lot of these people now are not moderate, so-called moderate Democrats, the Norcross machine, Steve Sweeney. They posture that they're pretty much all-American too, and you know what they support. That's why I had that run-in with that Donald Norcross, the stuff that he was supporting and continues to support. Is there real change there? Because if there is, this isn't like we can win this one if everything goes our way. This is going to be turnout, all-out turnout on this. And we have Scott Presler. Don't forget, Scott is going to be with us at Mulligan's June 20th. We got the Great Gravy vote, the official vote on that. We have the debate with Linda Kearns. We got 1,000 other balls in the air. This is going to be an amazing day. You got to be there in person to see all this, to meet all the people that you hear all the time, and have a blast. I mean, Johnny just goes all out. Mulligan's in Wildwood. And Presler is fired up about this and coming to the Jersey Shore. More details on that. But just about a little bit over a week away. Let me go to Joe in Columbus. And Joe, you're next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dom. Dom, this gubernatorial race is and probably should become the new reality TV for basically what they're both going to have on each other, Ciattarelli and Mikey. Jack has to reform himself a little bit because of his voting record in the assembly. You know, he didn't go with men and women. He went against men in women's sports. So he's, and that leads into my side answer, but he's going to have to humble himself a little bit. But
wait a minute, you're saying he voted to allow men in women's sports?
He did not talk that down. Absolutely not. He wavered. But if you know anything about New Jersey, you gotta put on that front to garner votes. I went with Spadia because I thought we needed to pull it so far out of the left. Mm-hmm. We needed somebody far to the right, and Spadia was a libertarian, and I think we needed him to counteract just the influence and the corruption that's in this state.
I hear you. You know, one of the things, as I've thought about this, Joe, a lot is when you do all this talk radio, you say things that can be, taken in ads, etc. But I thought with Spadia, it was pretty clear some of the stuff he said against Trump kind of made it difficult to come back from. You're right.
But he did humble. He did reform himself. He did kind of retract or just, and that's a good trait that we don't see in politics. Hey, last time I saw it was Ronald Reagan with the Contra affair. Hey, I messed up. Right. It's on me.
Well, I'm hoping, because I haven't seen it today, Joe, that Spadia is going to say unified with Jack Ciattarelli, because I happen to think this is pretty much an even race going in. I know she looks picture perfect, but the vulnerabilities. Watch Joe this, but other listeners, Joe DiStefano, who we've had on, and sometimes it's contentious, but I like him, and he follows me on Twitter, from the Inquirer, their business guy. Mm-hmm. He really went after Madeline Dean and the commie slave labor and the bicycles and all that. Let's see if he steps up on Mikey Sherrill and really probes how did she almost triple, she and the husband, her net worth in just these years in Congress. What I'm saying is, and it's not just for this race, this is an issue that when Americans hear about it, they go, that's it. This is way too much that Pelosi enriched herself by hundreds of millions of dollars. Even some on the left oppose it.
Yeah, just add another name to the list. That's the pressure that has to be applied. But I'm counting on Spadia. If he was, in fact, working for the greater good, he better come out and say, we even if it's the lesser of all evils, we need Chitterelli at this point in time. We absolutely need him. So if he doesn't do that, he would have shown some colors that I never counted on,
I hear you. No, that's fair enough, Joe. What's something you have to do, but we really don't want to?
Well, mine was rough. I've done it numerous times, and if you have a humble heart, you should be willing to do this. And it was, I had to do it with my two boys during the Eagles Patriots Super Bowl. Leading up to that Super Bowl, I kept telling them, guys, you got no chance. You're NFC champs. Live with it. That's a nice little moniker. But when they won, I had to high-five them. I had to give them a hug. I had to celebrate with them, and I had to eat crow.
Oh, that's a great one, Joe. Well, you didn't count on Nick Foles. That's what did it.
That was beautiful, Dom. Yeah. You got to, hey, I was a Tom Landry fan, and, he was an innovator. That was beautiful, from a totally neutral standpoint.
Yeah, definitely.
Perspective.
Yeah.
That was great.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, very much. And Joe will be one of our featured guys at Mulligan's on June 20th. His son, the first beer, the 21st birthday, and I'll be serving it if Johnny preps me enough, which is going to take a lot of. I'm going to get there earlier even than the lunch, Johnny. We need some top bartender tips. Feel free to tip me, though. All money will be accepted. If you want a mixed drink from me, I told Rose, she said, what are you going to do then? Make it. What the hell? Dan said yesterday, gin and tonic. What goes into it? Gin and tonic. That's all. I don't know how much, and I don't really care. But I'll do it.
But I hope no one asks for like a Negroni or something, something like that.
Yes, I have no sense of anything related to a Shirley Temple even. I know I'll throw here's a lot of sugar and here's some liquor.
Yeah,
That's
all
Shirley
grenadine
Temple.
pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. More on what they're doing in the Philadelphia public schools. This teacher this is it. It's the part I wanted. This is from the School District of Philadelphia, the report on the Free Press. I refuse to stand while my students are indoctrinated. Philadelphia School District, among the largest in the country, responsible for teaching nearly 200,000 students. Ismail Jimenez, the district's director of social studies, said last year that the curriculum emphasizes dialectical thinking involving marginalized and historical excluded voices. In March, said in an Instagram post that educators are agents of change. Every child should walk into a classroom and feel the revolution is stirring in the air. He's posted an image of the American flag being thrown in the trash and compared the U.S. to the Soviet Union and North Korea. Free Press says he didn't respond for comment. An African-American history assignment asked students to select a song to replace the national anthem after critically examining race and racism. Students are asked to write scenarios that represent racism, systemic racism, bias, white supremacy, white privilege, discrimination, racial justice. When learning about the Civil War, students should come away with the understanding that racist attitudes played a foundational role in the formation of American identity. A main takeaway of the unit about westward expansion is that governmental policies around discrimination and exclusion perpetuate an ideal of American supremacy. Let's see. A unit about domestic politics says that the mythology of whiteness is tied to the normalcy of status quo economics. An assignment about Ronald Reagan asked students to write a critical analysis of the American narrative versus reality, on which topics such as the war on drugs and the Cold War. And it goes on and on and on. And the bottom line is this is a rather liberal outlet. And they're saying, are you kidding me? The headline, everyone's using AI to cheat at school. That's a good thing. This is far from the first controversy about the blurring of activism and teaching in Philadelphia. The Free Press profiled Philadelphia native Sharif Amiki, who has become prominent by promoting an educational system where all black students are taught by same-race teachers. And on it goes. This is incredibly extensive. So what do you do with outfits like the Philadelphia Public Schools? You take the money away. This is an indictment that just said, that's it. The billions that you're getting, you're not going to get them. This is DEI. This is exactly what they're doing. Okay, I'm coming to your calls at 855-839-1210. You get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. Philadelphia appears to be on the list where there are going to be enhanced ICE operations. And there's 5 cities that the Daily Mail says that are on the list, and we're going to see that coming off what's happening in L.A. And what's happening in L.A. is a gold mine politically. It just underlines what we're fighting against. They're not going to stop on this. Newsom, Bass, the whole gang. They're dug in on it, even though they put a curfew in last night. The mayor decided to do that. And the narrative is that Trump is just excessive on this. The polling today doesn't indicate that. Coming up, I'll play you the CNN pollster, Harry Enton. In fact, I'll play it right now, Henry, if you have that. This is cut 14. And he says that immigrants are the most hawkish voters on immigration, a 40-point shift since 2020. That's cut 13 from CNN.
Let's just sort of start off on the fact that immigrant citizens, immigrant voters, foreign-born voters have gone tremendously to the right on this issue in 2024 and 2025 versus where they were in 2020. Closest to or trust more in immigration. You go back to 2020. Democrats, get this, held a 32-point lead on this issue. Immigrant voters were in the Democratic camp. Jump forward to 2024, 2025. Look at that shift, a 40-point shift to the right among immigrant voters. Republicans now lead on this issue by 8 points over Democrats, more so than any other group that I could find. The group of voters who became more hawkish on immigration were, in fact, immigrants themselves, immigrants who are registered to vote in this country.
All right, there you go. That's CNN, and that's heartening to see that change. And it's going to move forward more on this. And they're going to overplay their hand here on Saturday. They're going to block traffic. They're going to have all kinds of commotion. You heard the caller from Delco out there in Ardmore and Havertown. These insulated areas that want to tell the rest of us what to do. They don't have to put up with the carnage from this. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You know, it said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with it. We've been to Italy, Ro and I, with listeners twice now. And each time you think about going, and then you hear, wow, Sicily, that is incredible. It's the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. And when we go, we only have one thought in mind. That's it. Ken Chase and Conservative Tours. All this for $55.44, including airfare. The dining, the wine, the food. I can picture it. We were at a table, Ro and I, with Talk Radio 1210 listeners, Leslie and others. I don't know how many bottles of wine. The owner comes over. It's the local culture, the local flavor that you pick up. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. It's all there. One phone call sets you up to get all the details. 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. It's a great add-on. We're also going to enjoy on this trip the Godfather Tour and visit the locales from the movie. The Crown Jewel of Sicily, Taormina. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, picturesque, charming, ancient. Savoca, of course, that's on the list. If you've always said you've seen all kinds of films, yeah, I would go to Sicily. Well, go. Come with us. 888-733-9494.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Back-to-back nights of a guaranteed blast at the ballpark. You won't want to miss the Xfinity fireworks shows on Monday, June 30th and Tuesday, July 1st, both at 6:30 when the Phillies host the Padres. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The forecast remains quiet today with hazy sunshine due to the wildfire smoke high in the atmosphere. It'll be hot but not humid, high around 86. For tonight, mostly clear, not as cool, low 70 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Thursday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, hotter and more humid with a high near 90.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano, welcome in. Tomorrow's show, we're already looking down the road. I'm not going to replay Nancy Pelosi. They're trying to pivot back. Their big story here with President Trump, how dare he send in the National Guard? He would not do it on January 6th. That's why we have to constantly reaffirm exactly what happened here on the National Guard thing on January 6th. So tomorrow we're hoping to bring you, we're waiting on final confirmation. It usually comes on. The chief, Stephen Sund, who wrote the book, who was there. They got fired. Nancy Pelosi, the whole deal. He's been tweeting out. He's been out there trying to get a platform saying that's not what happened. He talks about the number of calls he made, how he was rejected. I told you the guy that head up the National Guard, at least the PR communications guy, said they were not put into place because Democrats, Pelosi, were afraid these guys would aid and abet Trump taking over the government. I mean, it's amazing. And Kash Patel and others are unearthing a little bit more each day about January 6th. So hopefully we'll have him on the show tomorrow to lay out his bird's eye view from the inside of what happened. Okay? This is the pivot point for them. I mean, what else do they have? They want to ignore what's obvious when you see. We had a great caller today, Mike, I believe, from Bridgeton, saying, curbs. are the sign of a civilization. We have them for a lot of reasons. They separate the sidewalk from the street. They give a certain degree of civilized behavior. And you have these maniacs walking around with backpacks and giant hammers, just casually walking in and chopping up anything they want, and then throwing them at cops and sending them around and saying, well, they have weapons. Can you imagine the danger from platforms above you, overpasses, firing bricks and things they've chopped up down at you? It's ludicrous, but they're pivoting on this January 6th thing. So we have to go again and again and again. And we really like Stephen's son when we've had him on, SUND. Hopefully you'll hear that tomorrow, chapter and verse on it, versus the way that Nancy Pelosi and others are telling it, that just doesn't ring true, or at least is not the totality of it. All right, so 855-839-1210. Let me go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. The really aggravating thing about all this, really everything that's been done over the last 4 years, is that in the end, we're paying for it. I mean, you remember when they passed all that spending, and within 6 months, they had nice new signs at their Palestinian protest. And the money goes to NGOs, who I think they need to ban NGOs, right, Dom. But then they go to foundations, and they find their way into buying equipment and services for rioters and protesters. And when Trump says that he's going to find out where the money's coming from, I believe him this time, and I hope that he finds everything, because it's really nauseating. Even with the immigration, she flew down and gave a bunch of money to Guatemala, Nicaragua, Honduras, so that they can send them up here. And all that money that they spent on infrastructure, why is Newark Airport having problems, Mr. Fitzpatrick? You said that all this money you voted for was going to fix all that. It's a real mess, Don, but we've got the man in the office that can fix it.
Robert, one point I wanted to make with you, too. What's different about these rioters and why Democrats are fueling it more, there are the Palestinian people in there, but they're not the main thing. It's the illegal immigrant thing, and it's taken the pressure off because the Palestinian mobs would go after equally the Democrat establishment. They would go after them and try to shame them, embarrass them, attack them. So these mobs are much better because they're not attacking Democrats.
Well, I think that's going to change. You create a monster, Dominic, eventually it will turn on you. And we've seen a lot of that in the last election with prize groups amongst the Democrats turning on them because they're starting to see through them. And I'm liking the way, and let them try to compare January 6th to what they've been doing for the last 5 years with billions of dollars in damage. I mean, the only weapon they had at January 6th was a flagpole, Don. What does that tell you? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy that well, I'm glad the media is not able to cover them anymore, and I think they're going to pay big in the next couple of elections, but that's just me. But for the side answer, I wanted to use something that you didn't want to do but had to, but wound up being glad you did. And Dan's probably going to find out about this within the next year. And that is the 2 a.m. feedings. My now ex-wife, but she worked overnight. We never did daycare. We had 5 kids, but there was always somebody home with the kids. And when I had to get up to change the baby and warm up the milk, and when the baby's looking up at you and touching your face, it's the most amazing bonding moment that a father will ever feel, man. And Dan embraced it because I was glad I did. It was one of the fulfilling parts of raising children.
Thank you, Robert.
Feeding, man.
That's a great one. That's a great one, but that turns out well aside from the 2 a.m. part of it. That's a really good one. All right, 855-839-1210. That's the side question today. Read a great analysis, though, by the security expert today, and he's making the point that what you're seeing here, they're glad about this, even though the Palestinian elements, and I got a story coming up, kudos to Lower Merion High School, and I almost never say that, for what they did at a graduation around these Palestinian elements. They were going after the so-called Democrat establishment, though, because they're not doing enough for their radical policy to attack Israel. These people, though, are solely attacking Trump, Republicans, conservatives, common sense. That's why they're to be prized. They take the heat off from those other protesters. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can jump in. At 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with our buddy Dawn Fantasia about Mikey Sherrill and also Rural Jersey, which came out for Jack Ciattarelli, handicapping this. Can we push it over the top with Jack Ciattarelli? I think he has more than a reasonable chance to win, but I wouldn't say it's a blowout chance or whatever. I think it's pretty even. And on paper, she doesn't appear to have vulnerabilities. Until you hear what we've been talking about today, then you have a sense of those vulnerabilities. You know, when it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Recently, I met at Dr. Bentz's with one of our listeners, Joyce. I hope you're listening today, Joyce. New patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist say, Joyce, you just have to get dentures. Joyce told me she may be vintage, but she's not old, and dentures were old to her, and she wasn't getting them. She called and set up an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team, was happy to hear how cutting edge he is, and she's very happy with her dental implants. The dentist that you choose does matter. Look at that difference right there. A dentist of long standing with Joyce. She heard me talking, pivotal moment, turned to the side of the road, called Dr. Bentz, bang, she's happy. The technology, the confidence that he has, that's why other dentists routinely, for difficult cases, send their patients to Dr. Bentz. Call Dr. Bentz, meet with him and his team, get on the road to great dental health and a smile you've always wanted, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zeoli Army to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to NewsmaxInvest.com. That's NewsmaxInvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in at 855-839-1210. So Lower Merion High School, big time, top school, ratings and all that stuff. And very progressive, liberal. They follow that. But they've cracked down a bit. I'm looking at my friends over at the Delaware Valley Journal, where you get stories that you don't get anywhere else. I write for them. CARE. That group, right? The Council on American Islamic Relations. Angry, says the headline, after Lower Merion High bans this pro-Palestinian headgear that a student was wearing from graduation. So they were doing their best, and this is getting harder and harder, to prevent the hijacking of graduations. Colleges suddenly attacking Israel, bloodthirsty America, all that stuff. So this kid was going to wear the headgear, and they said, no, we know what this is symbolic of, and we're not having that here. Then he said, well, it's necessary for his hair to be appropriate in graduation, according to this story. And ultimately, after not complying with their demand, he says, I was escorted out of the building before the ceremony began. Good for Lower Merion. All right, you know exactly what you're doing. And post-October 7th, principally, you're going to see more and more of this stuff. So Lower Merion finally drew a line, and that's hard for them. As I said, they're very progressive, and usually they can't draw a line. On this, though, to their credit, they did. And I was making a point with Robert that the Republican establishment, say the Newsom, the Basses of the world and all that, they're on board big time with these protests. Newsom because he's seen as an influencer challenging Trump, but also because they're the ones that were taking a lot of heat by the pro-Palestinian mob. Now they're not. These groups are not coming after them by and large. They're just going after Trump and Republicans. So what's the upshot from this? Well, the upshot is in Philadelphia over the weekend with this No King's Day, and out there in those insulated communities of Ardmore and Havertown that don't have to put up with this stuff. They don't see what people on an everyday basis. I'd love to go to one of these rallies and ask them about Lake and Riley and what would their response be to that. Our caller said there's a fear Eagle Road and places like that might be jammed up even more, maybe traffic blocked. We played you at the top of the show. Might play it again tomorrow, too. This couple of progressives blocking a black woman on her way to work in New York and telling her, you ought to be happy we're doing this because these poor children are being kidnapped. So we have the right to block you. All right, that's holding you against your will. It borders on kidnapping for that period of time. It's ridiculous. But watch for these protests to ratchet up. Philadelphia is one of the 5 cities where apparently there's going to be more intensity on the part of ICE around the things that we've seen. And I hope that it happens, and I think it will happen. And I'm proud to say at Mulligan's on the 20th, we're honoring this year Fred Herron because of his role in Bucks County, Pat Malloy, police chief out in Abington, Linda Kearns, and an organization. Even though I don't expect her too busy, but we'll get them on by phone, Philadelphia ICE, or ICE of Philadelphia, however you want it to go. And they certainly are in the focal point of my mind at this point. Okay, coming up, our buddy Dawn Fantasia. Remember, she first came to us about bears and trash cans in rural Jersey. She's with us to break down her insight in the Cettarelli campaign, what the issues will be. Is there a rural New Jersey? How does he win? How do we help? All that straight ahead. Jump on board.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I feel like I've had a therapy session just holding these puppies.
Agreed.
Getting the word out like this really does help.
We want to continue this partnership, and we want to continue doing this. It's a great organization, and we want to help you get the word out as much as we possibly can. So we should do more events like this.
We're 1 week from Father's Day, so next week we'll have to talk about Dad's Day.
Hey, if you're a dad, it's a great day to treat yourself to a new dog and a new Mercedes lease. You get a jump on it now. Why not?
Well said.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police used batons to disperse crowds of ICE protesters who blocked traffic in Center City. The field is set for the New Jersey governor's race, Democrat Mikey Sherrill against Republican Jack Ciattarelli. And the Switch smashes a Nintendo record with 3.5 million sales in the first 4 days.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We'll have Dom's Money Melody for a great prize. I think it's Ringo again. Yes, Ringo Starr Tickets, his band in town. On that note, sad to report, this just came down, or I just saw it a few minutes ago, that Brian Wilson, Beach Boys visionary leader and Summers poet laureate, says the Inquirer, dies at the age of 82. We just had that as an answer from Joe of Columbus that won yesterday or the day before about something associated with Los Angeles. So sad to see that. We'll definitely work up a side question around his passing. And I think in recent years he had been sick, so we'll get to that. But Dawn Fantasia first came on the show, Assemblywoman Fantasia from Sussex County, about the bird baths and the bird feeders and how high you had to put them up because of the bears. And it was the bear-proof trash cans out there. And I saw her in talking about the Cettarelli win about rural New Jersey. There is actually a rural New Jersey. But also, I wanted to ask her about District 24, where she's from, education issues, parental rights in education, the trans issue, among other things, in Jersey, and her sense of Mikey Sherrill. Where is the angle of trying to give us the real Sherrill and what she's about versus the media glow that we're seeing play out? Let's go to Dawn Fantasia here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dawn, welcome in.
Hey, how are you?
Well, very well, and you had to be feeling pretty good last night. I know how important this was to you, and I did see some of the things you put out. Talk about rural New Jersey. The first time, Dawn, I ever knew of a rural New Jersey, I'm being honest, and I've lived, in this area all my life, is we were invited to Lou Dobbs, back when he was really a giant at CNN, this big party, and we kept on going. And I'm thinking, Thoreau, are we in Jersey? What the heck is? I know the Pine Barrens, yeah, here. But where you are, I was amazed that there is a rural New Jersey.
Oh, there certainly is a rural New Jersey. We're up in the 24th, so we're all of Sussex County. We have a little bit of Warren County thrown in there, and they are very rural as well. And then we have some of western Morris County. So, people don't automatically think of New Jersey, as woods and streams and wide open spaces, but I got a good kick out of watching some of the gubernatorial debates with some of our friends from Hudson County, let's say, who are talking about this vibrant public transportation and wanting to cancel wildlife hunts and whatnot. And I just got a kick out of it because we are, Sussex County alone is about 530 some square miles, and it's a very large, district. And a lot of us are in the Highlands Act. And the Highlands Act really does limit. It does some good things, but it has some unintended consequences, where there's land that's undeveloped, it's land that's protected and cannot be developed, but oftentimes that is not offset or recognized by the state of New Jersey. It's almost like they want us to stay, just stay pretty up there, and we'll throw you a bone every so often, but they don't understand the stress on our schools, transportation. We're a huge commuting district where we commute to other areas for work, very, very long distances. When we talk even about school consolidation, you have schools that are regional, where the students would in essence then be on a bus for upwards of an hour to get to, a neighboring high school. So, these are all issues that are really serious when we talk about a gubernatorial candidate that actually shows any knowledge or interest or investment in that. I mean, shame on Mikey Sherrill for representing parts of Sussex County and spending about 10 minutes up there. And quite frankly, Jack Ciattarelli was the only candidate for years now that has taken any kind of vested interest in us.
It seems as if Ciattarelli, because of this long time that he's been running for governor, it's a good thing, coming close to last time, et cetera. I think he said it himself. He's had some time. I know with the Protect Our Shore, with the whales thing, he's always there. He's had an opportunity to reach out to this. So let's talk about issues in this. The people that I've been in touch with, Dawn, the last 24 hours, it's clear to me I would have recommended a couple things here. One, I can hear you. I'm going to go with that first. And then the one that everybody's talking about with Cheryl. He tweeted out to Scott Presler, who was at the watch party and apparently a stir last night, that plastic bags, can a governor rescind the plastic bag ban that goes on there? This seems very Trumpian to me. where people respond to things like this, things they don't like the tax on tips and all that, versus saying, I'm going to replace the Supreme Court. I think there's got to be a couple of issues, and you might be the person that might be able to coach those issues up.
Well, I think there's a balance. I think, although New Jersey is diverse by way of things that matter to us, so for instance, things like reinstating a bear hunt or different wildlife policies, might not matter in Camden County per se. They certainly matter up in Sussex. So really, you have to read the room. There are certain things that are universal, right? So that your Supreme Court picks. But our school funding formula cannot be a one-size-fits-all, and it has not been a one-size-fits-all. It's been very, very slanted to urban districts. And I think a school funding formula that's going to knock it out of the park in our more rural areas is going to be recognizing places that cannot be developed as per the Highlands Act and making sure that schools and communities are not penalized for that. And that's exactly what's happening. But to get to your point, Dom, Jack entered this race with an existing network from his 2021 near win against Murphy. So that campaign built real name ID and a statewide infrastructure. And, any Republican challenger that would come by, we had John Bramnick, who I think is a good man and represents his district and the needs of his constituents quite well. But maybe that didn't translate so well statewide just for sheer lack of knowledge or immersion in the community. Right. And then we had its presence is important is the point I'm making. Very important.
We have not seen, unless you've seen, Bill Spadea say, let's unify. I endorse Jack. We're going to work together. I didn't think, and you're actually in politics, Dawn, looking at this from afar, I didn't think this was the most brutal contest ever between the two of them. I mean, sometimes the things that are said, you just have trouble going back. Yeah, it was heated. It was a brawl at times, but it wasn't unbelievable. So do we think Spadea is going to unify here, which is critical?
I think that's up in the air. I know that, I listened to parts of his speech at his gathering yesterday, and, it was my understanding that he had said, make sure that they earn, your votes. Don't just give your votes, earn your votes. And then some of it went, a little darker, and I don't want to really waste any airtime talking about the losing campaign. What I can say is that primary voters in New Jersey, I think, are pretty tired of a theatrical populism that generates clicks but not results. And I think Jack's campaign focused on delivering conservative solutions and not slogans. So he always went back to the issues that are hot button issues, right? You said parental rights, this energy policy that's a powder keg, and fiscal discipline. And that resonates with voters who really want to win in November. Right? So populism is fantastic, but when you don't have any juice behind it, populism falls pretty flat. And I think that was the downfall of the Spadea campaign. It became a lot of anger directed at a candidate and not anger directed at what's ruined New Jersey, which is the Democrat Party.
Let's talk about Mikey Sherrill, and you would be the person, too, as a female in office in New Jersey. The upside of what she brings to this is going to be the helicopter pilot, which I'm not going to besmirch. I think she did that. But she and the husband making reportedly $7 million in various stock trading back and forth and all that. Is the media in Jersey, there's a guy at the Inquirer, Joe DiStefano, Dawn, you might see. He went after some of these Democrats who made money in communist China. She could become the face of this debate. How do these people in Congress triple their net worth, which may have happened here?
Well, they have a problem when the New York Times does an expose on it and, lists some of those very, very questionable trades. And, in that viral interview that she had on the Breakfast Club, she first deflected and said, it was just funds that were made from, my husband and whatnot. And that was very silly. We want to build a stronger New Jersey. We lean on the real world experience of our team. So we look to the educators, the veterans, the nurses, the financial experts, people who really are living in it. And when the Democrats want to learn how to trade stock tips, get classified information, and enrich themselves, they have Mikey Sherrill to look to. So I think that's a great starting point.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I apologize. I must have missed the Breakfast Club. I commend her for going on to it. I believe in going into hostile, or it could be hostile. But you're right. Now it's coming back to me saying, well, that's my husband. He handles the finances. How could any woman in Jersey say, yeah, that's what we want in female leadership? That's not the way it should work.
First of all, gender politics don't work. They fall flat. And, that's also, I think, a stark difference in the ideologies of the Republicans and the Democrats. I feel like there's a certain merit base that's placed on the Republican Party. They say, oh, you have less females. Well, females need to, again, be more vocal and step up and prove what they bring to the table. I mean, we have Jack Ciattarelli. He's a CPA, right? So when it comes to fiscal and budget issues, I go to him. We have a doctor in our caucus. We have a former nurse in our caucus who actually is our budget officer in the Assembly, Nancy Munoz. I mean, how a smart team operates is when you tap into all of those rich experiences, male or female. What we don't need is a polished cookie cutter, almost borderline arrogant leader who's just going to, regurgitate Trump. And I'm not quite sure if this is how much I have in my bank account because my husband did it. It's honestly what a foolish starting place. I feel the Republicans are at a really great place to start this campaign. I do.
I do. And Dawn, I'm pushing back against the notion, oh, this is just going to be so uphill. We know Jersey. We know the voting record in the past, but we also know the two-term governor, Democrat, and then what can happen there. And we know Ciattarelli has name recognition. I think that was a problem the last time. Didn't have nearly what he had. I'm a big believer in that. And he's got the organization, as you said, this time. And he has the Trump support, and we see the inroads of Trump. I believe, too, here in South Jersey, that because of the Trump policies, we have defanged the Norcross-Sweeney machine there a bit. He didn't do well at all. And I think Van Drew is a bit of a power there. So I think South Jersey is going to produce for Jack even better than the last time.
100%. I cannot agree with you more on that. I think that the more missteps the Democrat Party has made regionally, there was a ton of infighting, up in Hudson County for the Assembly and whatnot, and that kind of, I don't think that did Steve Phillip any favors, for his shot there. Down in South Jersey, there was a lot of grumblings going on, didn't do Sweeney any favors down there. I think that if the Republicans stay the course on what our core issues are, the problems in New Jersey, who caused those problems in New Jersey, and a solid plan to fix it, Jack's a unifier. He's going to be able to get not only the staunch conservatives, but running the entire gamut down to the disillusioned, moderate Kennedy Democrats. And I think he's got what he needs to win this, to pull it off for us.
Exactly. I don't want to put you on the spot, but it was pretty sweet for me watching Sean Spiller, the NJEA guy, spend what? Was it $45 million? Who knew? And come in where he did. Oh, my goodness.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
I will say, entirely embarrassing. And what else I will say is I hope it was a real eye-opener for educators across this state. Because education, Don, being an educator yourself, what a slap in the face to one of the most noble, selfless positions there is in the state. My heart is with teachers, has always been with teachers, and I am an educator. And the fact that those dues, the hard-working teachers' dues, was used to fund that vanity project is absolutely appalling. It's nauseating. And I hope that message goes far and wide when they see what a flop this was.
Big time. Dawn, where do we find you?
You can follow me on X at DawnFantasia_NJ, or on Facebook, just look up Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia.
I want to invite you. We're kind of filled up for the Mulligans, our summer White House here, Dawn, that you may have heard us talk about. We have one in July and August. I don't know if you would travel to Wildwood on a Friday and hit the beaches afterward, but we'd love to have you one of these times here. And it's a 3-hour thing, and we talk about everything there, and you're just a favorite.
Oh, well, I'd love to join you. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll have Dawn. We'll get Dan on that right away. Dawn, thank you. Thanks for coming on today, as always.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Dawn Fantasia here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839. I love what she said about Mikey Sherrill. Right on the spot. I'll have to pull that stuff from the Breakfast Club, too. I vaguely remember it now. Well, my husband handles all that. That's like 30 years ago, right? You are the powerhouse here. So isn't that convenient? You've tripled your net worth, according to some reports. And your husband just handles all that. There's no pillow talk. You have no role in it, knowing what's happening in Congress. I just know at Roe, I'm not handling all that. It doesn't work that way. nor should it work that way. Dan and Maisie. I think Maisie would say, I'm just an accountant. I don't know anything. Dan handles all that. Make me governor. All right, we'll continue to be talking about that. I think this is something that is very, very going to be very difficult for her in this race. All right, though, right now, for a great prize, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is right. We are playing today for a pair of lawn tickets to see Ringo Starr and his all-star band at the Mann Center in Philadelphia this Sunday, June 15th, 2025. Now, remember, only jump in there if you can go. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Oh, I got a doozy for you today, Dom.
Okay.
All right, so today we're talking about, things you don't want to do, but you end up having to do anyway. And I'd say for a lot of people across America, that one thing every day is getting up, going to work. I'm sure you'd rather sit at home and just bang the drum all day, like Todd Rundgren once said, right?
Yep.
So I'm actually going to play you a video clip here, YouTube alert here, for those who can get to a computer screen right now. YouTube alert. I'm going to play a clip of Todd Rundgren playing with a supergroup formed in 1989 that has included members Steven Tyler, Christopher Cross, Billy Squier, Rick Derringer, Bonnie Raitt, Eric Burden, Peter Frampton, among many, many, many other famous acts. I want to know the band that Mr. Rundgren is playing with up here. And if you can't give me the band, I'll just take the name of the guy who which the band is named after. He himself is a very famous musician, part of one of the greatest rock bands, I'd say, of all time here. So I'm going to play this video clip of Todd Rundgren's Bang the Drum All Day being played with this supergroup formed in 1989. And I'll say this much, the lead of this band definitely bangs the drum all day, if you get what I'm saying.
Okay. Hit us with that, and you are off to see Ringo Starr and his band coming to the Mann Center. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210.
Do we have to give out the disclaimer that if Mikey Sherrill's team does buy ads,
they'd be stupid not to.
Right.
But
Why
not
are
to.
you carrying a Democrat's ad? We had that in the 2022 midterm. We had that last year in the general election. Do we have to go through that disclaimer again? For the people that can't listen.
Money's green. I don't care. Both campaigns need to pony up.
Greg goes right for the money.
Of course.
I mean, why would he
Piece
not?
of that pie.
I want a piece of that pie.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Dom Giordano. It's Dom's Money Melody. Let's hear the clue.
Yeah, Dom, we're looking for that band, the name of the band up there playing with Todd Rundgren.
Okay. All right, let's go to Big John in Huntington Valley on Talk Radio 1210. John, go right ahead. Who is it?
Okay, my young friend, I'm going to take a shot with Green Day.
Good guess. Not quite, though.
Another John in Kensington. All right, John, who's the band?
I'm just going to go with Ringo's All-Star Band.
Nicely played, John.
Man.
Well, do you know the band?
Yeah.
Have you seen them yet?
No, I mean, it always changes all the time because they always get different people playing with them.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can get we'll see who's going to be playing, but you're going to the Mann Center from K&A. I'll put you on hold, John. You're the winner today. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
Yeah, Dom, this concert here is actually filmed in 2015, October 30th, 2015, at the Tower Theater here in Upper Darby.
Tom Rundgren. Yeah, makes sense.
Ringo and his all-star band with Todd Rundgren.
All right, there we go. Winner. We'll probably have those tickets again tomorrow, around 2:13, 2:14, depending. All right, so the primary race is huge. It's over. Let's see what Spadia does now. And Brannick, as far as Jack Ciattarelli, definitely can win in Jersey. You heard Dawn Fantasia make a great point about Mikey Sherrill. I'll have to dig out, and we'll play it routinely. Breakfast Club asking her about the, tripling of net worth or something around that. And, well, my husband handles that, essentially. Is that going to work? I mean, we know in Jersey, progressives, they're just going to vote for Democrats, et cetera. First woman, well, Christy Todd Whitman, I guess the first Democrat woman. And they'll do that. But people in the middle where the numbers are, is that going to work? Or are we going to see some intensity here around this issue? She's been in Congress, these people in Congress enriching themselves tremendously. Can you dodge by saying, well, that's my husband? Let's go to Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, good afternoon.
Good afternoon there, Henry and Dan, Dom.
Hi, Bill.
Just wanted to mention that with Fred Herron, I hope that this ICE activity doesn't affect this general election coming up here in Bucks County, which I think it might. I'm not sure.
Well, I don't know. I think he is solidly great majority of people are supportive of this.
Yeah, but then we got these grad school soccer moms out here.
Right.
You've said that out before, and there's thousands of them out here, and they're certainly very, very progressive, and
yeah,
it's just the way Bucks County is. It's a mix of everything: patriots, progressives, moderates, everything. So hopefully that doesn't affect that. Secondly, R.I.P. Brian Wilson. He now joins his brother Carl and Dennis. And I also wanted to say something. I wanted to know if you needed a volunteer to count the ballots, since I do that for the Bucks County Board of Elections.
Oh, definitely. Sure. Well, look, we have a Board of Elections, but you have an official capacity. So if you're there, we'll have the swearing in, probably live on the air, of the judges of elections. We'll have their badges. And this is going to be a fierce contest that will come down to the wire, I think. Sure.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Bill,
because
I'll put you on the list.
I do sign for the certification for the precinct that I work in from time to time.
You know what? We might have a notary public there. I'm serious. And you can sign, since you do this in an official capacity, and then have it notarized, and it's going to go to various Italian publications, maybe even some overseas, of what the results are.
Wow. Amazing.
Oh, yeah, this is a big deal. This is Election Central on June 20th, yes.
So I'll sign the machine ballot, whatever it says.
Okay, Bill, when you get there, or if you think about it, just drop hit me with a note of your information, and I'll get it all set for you. But no, you're in. What's your answer to the side?
Just look for me in the black Jeep Wrangler.
Okay, all right.
With the top down.
What's the answer to your side today?
Dentist. Going to the dentist and getting a root canal.
All right. We still stick with the root canal. Today, they're not as bad with Dr. Bench, the root canal, but all right, having to go to the dentist, but doing it. All right. Well, Dr. Bench tries to keep you out of trouble, so it's not so troublesome to do that. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with the head of Republicans in Pennsylvania. We know about the big election. What do we have to look forward to? Taking out not one, not two, but 3 Supreme Court justices. And you know how important that is for retention. But Greg Rothman asked to be on with us, so I guess he's got some things he wants to hit. I have a whole array of questions here about how are we doing in Pennsylvania. We have 2 potentially really good candidates to run against Josh Shapiro, Congressman Muser, and Treasurer Stacey Garrity. All right, here's how you get in, though. 855-839-1210. You can do it. We got several judges of elections. I'm keeping track of all of them here. Going to be a lot of eyes on that official ballot. You want to be there on the 20th to vote. Hey, big news. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 826-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com, res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue products at the 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, 33% off any single bottle. WELLNESS, 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving, res-q.com. Do it today.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Ready to redefine your home's style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's Tom Giordano's show, and right down to the end, big issues, big guests. We're always honored. We talked with him once before when he was newly minted, I think, to talk to the chair of the RNC here in Pennsylvania. Greg Rothman joins us again on Talk Radio 1210. Chairman, welcome back. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Dom. Beautiful day in central Pennsylvania.
Well, it's pretty good here in downtown Philadelphia, too, so good. Greg, what's new with the RNC? I have a lot of questions that our listeners want to know, but give you a chance to tell us, is the big thing going on with you getting ready, the Supreme Court race in Pennsylvania this year? What else are you guys up to?
Yeah, so our biggest initiative right now is that we're about 178,000 votes away from having registered voters, from having more Republicans registered to vote than Democrats, which, you know, it's been the margin's been as big as 1.5 million more Democrats than Republicans in history. Back in, even 10, 15, 20 years ago, there were that many more Democrats. Well, we are narrowing it, so we've got an initiative with all 67 counties, all of our Republican committees, everything down to the precinct level, for us to get out and not just register new voters, and there are a lot of young voters that Donald Trump has brought into the fray, and young, especially high school 18 to 22-year-olds, graduate from high school.
Greg, are you there? All right.
Can you hear me all right?
Now we can. Yes, go ahead.
So we're trying to register as many Republicans, and we're also trying to flip people from being who are Democrats who feel like the party has left them and have them become Republicans. So we want to have more Republicans registered to vote than Democrats by the end of the year.
By the end of the year. All right. I like a guy who thinks big. And first of all, commendation to you to get it to 178. People think, wow, you're down 178. Yeah, you're right. we were not only down 1.5 million, and you've been in politics for a while, it was hopeless, like we'd ever even chip away. That would be forever. And these efforts are noticed. What's the issue when you mention these younger voters that has them taking a look at Trump? They're Trump curious. They may be coming over to do that, Greg. What is it?
Yeah, they saw what happened in the 4 years of Biden. I mean, that's their marker. They're saying, well, look, we know what was going on in this country internationally, the inflation, I mean, crazy prices, and just a government, that was out of control. And they understood that. They saw that. I mean, going back into the ends of the COVID crisis, and then they see Donald Trump show up, and our hostages come home, and prices come down. Look at the price of gasoline. I mean, it's down to 20-year lows. The stock market is still doing fine, and there's been a little bit of a roller coaster. And people understand where America is in the world. And we're even seeing, the peace in the Middle East and, more respect. And I think they're seeing more respect for America, and they're seeing that this administration and this president means what he says and says what he means. And the other big contrast is just the sort of the common sense of we're deporting gang members and violent people, and why aren't we, right? And now you can see these riots in L.A. That's a huge issue. Which, I mean, who in their right mind, what American citizen thinks it's okay for us to be supporting, rioting from people who this is not their country? I heard yesterday that in Mexico you'd be thrown in jail if you held a protest against their government. And we have people who are waving Mexican flags and blocking our immigration services from doing their jobs. And we've got a governor in Pennsylvania who seems to be standing with them, standing with Governor Newsom saying, we don't want the federal government's help, which is sort of interesting, Dom, because, these Democrats become states' rightists, only when the federal government tries to do something that's in the best interest of the rest of the country.
Yes, absolutely. When Democrats ran the South, and we had to intervene because of their racist policies way back when. Governor Shapiro, I see at least two, maybe more out there that I have interaction with to take them on that I think can really maybe puncture this Superman image of Governor Shapiro in the treasurer, Stacey Garrity, and Dan Muser. And President Trump said he would support Muser. I don't know that that's an endorsement. Moving forward with Governor Shapiro, particularly during this budget, what are we looking for as the budget starts to get finalized? What's the goal of the RNC here, Greg?
Well, we want to make sure that people understand that what Josh Shapiro only has one songbook, and it's the liberal left-wing Democrat national songbook, because he cares way more about Pennsylvania Avenue and getting there than he does about the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And so to do that, he's going to adopt the same types of economic policies that Joe Biden adopted, which means that we really don't have a concern about how much money we spend compared to what we have bringing in. So his current budget proposal.
All right, I know if somebody's calling or we just hit a bad cell here with Greg Rothman, the chairman of the RNC, here on Talk Radio 1210. I don't know, we should put him on hold here. That was a little different than the last time. Let me put him on hold, see if we can straighten this out, get a little bit more from. Did you hear that goal, though? And I like that. 178,000 by the end of the year. All right, he's ready to go. Chairman of the RNC, Greg Rothman, with us. That's going to take some doing. Still about 6 months or 5.5 months or so. But that's good news. He's right. Pennsylvania, at one point, it was just overwhelming. It wasn't even a race. Back to Chairman Greg Rothman here on Talk Radio 1210. So, Greg, I wanted to go back to this number, too. Boy, I like a guy who thinks big. What kind of celebration are we going to have if, and under your watch, this would be historic, Republicans outnumber Democrats? When's the last time that happened? Do you have any idea?
Well, yeah, it's probably been since the 60s. But the most important thing, right, is ultimately that we win elections. And right. I just think that as a party, one of our jobs is to register the voters and then, of course, get them out to vote. I think what was historic was the last election where we had won 5 statewide elections for Republicans. We haven't done that ever, or at least in my lifetime, and we want to continue that. So, first of all, we have these 3 Supreme Court justices that are Democrats, activists.
All right. I don't know what the mystery thing is. It's gone here. Is he in central Pennsylvania? The weather's nice and everything else. All right, so we have these 3 Supreme Court justices who are activists. Got to love modern technology here. And again, that number, we're down to 178,000. Seems to be overwhelming. But we got Scott Presler. We got to clone him. That's part of this. Well, I don't know. Let's see. I'll put him on hold. We'll take a break. We'll give him a chance to finish up, and then it will be the lightning round. 855-839-1210. You get in for the lightning round. I'll give Greg a chance to just summarize here once we get him clear of everything. Hey, tonight is a big event. I love Diane Giordano events. Attention, future home sellers. Are you planning to sell your home? The housing market is changing fast. It's not what it used to be. I will be with my great friend Diane Giordano tonight from Giordano Realtors. You can still RSVP right now. I'll give you the number in a moment. This means if you're thinking about selling your home in the near future, or even it could be a year, 18 months from now, you want to have a great time, you want to have a glass of wine and some great hors d'oeuvres and hear what Diane has to say, because you'll learn to stay ahead of the shifting real estate market and increase the value of your home tonight at our next home seller seminar. The wine hors d'oeuvres Wednesday evening tonight, June 11th at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. I'll be there with Diane. You'll learn how to tackle today's uncertain market, rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, and low-cost ways to stage your home and meet modern buyer demands. Diane will share insider strategies that helps homes sell fast and for more money. You'll get a copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Diane always says, do your research, get prepared when selling your home. The last thing you want to do is wing it. Here's the RSVP number. Call her now, 215-576-8666, or go to 215-576-8666.com. Schedule an appointment to talk with Diane at dianescalendar.com. Let's finish up with Greg Rothman, then we'll have the lightning round here. Greg, you were cut off a little bit there. You were talking about the Supreme. That's okay. You were talking about the Supreme Court races.
Yeah, so in November, there are 3 Democratic Supreme Court justices that if they're not, if we don't vote no, they get a 10-year extension on their term. I mean, maybe Bryce Harper should have a 10-year term, or definitely Saquon Barkley. But who else deserves a 10-year unaccountable term?
Hey, by the way, Greg, to that point, remember Saquon was the guy who said, hey, he's the president. I'm going to go with President Trump. It just dropped. Saquon Barkley tops Patrick Mahomes in merchandise sales. Jalen Hurts is third. So all that talk, if you're with Trump, it's going to be devastating. He is the first running back in years since 2017 to top the list.
Well, and he's a Penn State guy.
There you go.
So he was raised right. So, but this, you think about it. Like, you have a 10-year term. Like, why are we giving legislators don't get 10-year terms? I'm sure they'd like it, but, a judge should not have a 10-year term. And we have these activist judges that think they're above the law, that think they get to write the law. And you saw what they did. They threw a voter ID out. They threw the Green Party candidate off the ballot. They ratified all of Tom Wolf's draconian COVID measures, shutting down our businesses and closing out our schools. And they think that they have a right to write the right laws, and they don't.
Right.
So we have a chance to vote no in November, this November, and we want to make sure Republicans stay active. And it's, winning the big elections like we did, electing David McCormick and winning those congressional seats, it's easy to rest on your laurels and get back to work. Remember, our voters are, they're raising families and running businesses and taking care of their parents, and, they don't live politics every day like the left does. So
good point.
We need to make sure they stay involved. And
exactly.
We love the fact that Donald Trump's president, but that's not enough. We got to make sure that we keep keep getting out and vote.
Well, I am thrilled with your big takeaway, too, that we're closing and you plan to close it before the end of the year. Where do we go for the RNC?
So pagop.org, and we could use your listeners' support. Sign up if you want to be a volunteer. We've got about 1,000 volunteers out there already, and you can get all the information, sign up for updates, and we'd love your financial support too. So but we appreciate you and your listeners, and we're going to do everything we can to make Pennsylvania a permanently red state. Absolutely.
Thank you, Greg, very much. Thanks for coming on today.
Thanks, Tom. Take care.
Greg Rothman, chairman of the RNC. It's the lightning round next, 855-839-1210.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zeoli Army to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Never miss a moment from the Tom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, so this NFL thing is jersey sales, but it appears to be more with Saquon Barkley from March 1, 2024, February 28, 2025. Sales include jerseys, apparel, bobbleheads, accessories, figurines, wall decals, backpacks, drinkware, and more. But he tops the list, beating out Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts third, Washington quarterback Jaden Daniels fourth, and C.J. Stroud rounded out the top five. So this is going to be it for being seen with Trump. certainly has passed, but Jalen Hurts wouldn't go and wouldn't tell us why, and he's third. Marty in South Jersey on the side question, though, something you have to do even though you hate to do it. Marty, what's yours?
Dom, it's when you turn 50, your first prostate exam.
That's going to be hard to beat. Yes, and it's, you don't mean a colonoscopy. You mean the first exam. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
That too.
Oh, I've had them too.
Yeah,
I've had
that too, Marty.
colonoscopy.
That's it. That's very good. Alan in Hamilton. Alan, what's yours?
Never-ending cycle, laundry.
Okay. Drew in Upper Darby, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, good afternoon. What's yours today?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, real quick, that phrase, the silent majority, that evolved from exactly what's going on now. For every protester across our great country you see out there, there's probably at least 100 people sitting at home who feel the total opposite. So they're just killing themselves doing this. But, Dom, you know, my side question is, when you have to go home at night and you're waiting on the subway platform at midnight, your adrenaline is running. It shouldn't have to be like that. Thanks, Dom.
Thank you, Drew. That's a really good one. Joe of Exton. Hey, Joe, what do you have today?
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
For my side answer, you work hard, save your money, and pay taxes on April 15. Then, when you go to the bank to withdraw some money, you're taxed. Why are you taxed on your savings when you have already fulfilled your tax obligation on April 15?
Thank you, Joe. It's the progressive world that we're in, and then when you pass away, your heirs and the whole thing that goes on is the worst tax of all, maybe. Gary in Newtown. Hey, Gary, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom. Thanks for taking my call. So you and Roe, you're on your way to the Talker Convention in Hofstra. You take the PA Turnpike. You pay your $15 on that toll. Then you take the Outer Bridge, $12.50 on that one. Then the Verrazano, another $11.52, all because it's Easy Pass. You get really, really close. Traffic's bad. GPS stops. Now you have to stop and ask for directions.
That is a great one. I'm not doing it. Roe's doing it. You got it.
Oh, no,
I'm
really?
calling you to do it. I would
man.
only ask for directions in the most dire of circumstances. Listen, Dan, I'm under fire here. You know, I'm not asking for it. You got to ask for directions. That's a very good one. I'm weighing that versus the prostate exam. That's how bad
There was
that one
a
is.
few today that really,
All right,
really are hard hitters.
What's your number one?
I'd say one of them I have to go with is Robert and Ben Salen's answer of the 2 a.m.
I like
feedings.
that
I mean,
one, yes.
obviously I don't have any kids, haven't experienced that yet, but I am someone who values their sleep very much, and having to get up in the middle of the night to take care of another human being, while fulfilling probably after
That's what Levin did a bit. He kind of killed himself with such a great call because of how fulfilling it was.
Yeah. So, but it's something he didn't want to do in the first place. Marty in South Jersey with the the prostate. That's a tough one. And then, I like Gary's answer, and they're asking for help. I'm a very prideful guy, too. I don't want to have to pull the car over and be like, excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, where am I? Where am I going?
I'm being torn here. I got to go, though, realistically, as good as Gary was with the prostate thing, I got to go with that. Yeah.
Prostate?
Yeah. The directions are right there. It's killing me, Gary. We got to, when we see you down at
1A,
Mulligan's.
1B.
Yeah, definitely. We got to put Marty in there, though. Marty goes into the hat. We'll do it all more tomorrow. We're probably going to do something. If you have a suggestion to honor Brian Wilson passing away, the Beach Boys, we have a great one lined up, but might have to intervene with that. Around the world, people paying tribute. The Republicans play the Democrats tonight in hardball. I think they're favored by like 42 runs. I'm not sure if AOC plays for the Democrats. There might be some sport tomorrow with that. I think Rand Paul plays. Not sure how well who the pitcher is, but they actually throw. It's not lobby or a pitching machine, which is good stuff. And apparently it's bipartisan. Well, you can imagine on this, it might not be quite that. All right. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Thanks for listening today and each and every day. Don't forget us, Mulligan's, the 20th, a week from this Friday, our biggest yet. And that official vote with all kind of judges. You heard Bill. He notarized his judges. Rich is next. 4 big hours of Zioli on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio.